but they don't never take. They said, this one white lady should be intimidated every time she see. She down there right now. And and they said, keep that big black guy out. And somebody showed me something in Alabama, a big black guy with a chair, a little while ago, anyway, but I can't hide it. Anyway, I was invited to a rodeo, my first rodeo, and I seen a site out there. I thought they was going to take care, finish dealing with me from the last councilman like they did with the big black guy over there. I didn't call his name. He better show up. Because I seen my mayor riding in the back of his truck, him and the first lady. He should have been riding on a horse like Roy Rogers and Dale, instead of riding around in the truck in the rodeo. But I enjoyed myself. But I'm trying to say, but when it came to the party, they told me, you better go get back on your bus because you're going to get left out here. That's the only thing the guy was so happy that he said, hey, you mind me? I'll take you by your house because I can take the bus. I'm still in awe about, but anyway, I'm trying to say, you should have put the mayor on the horse, even though he don't know how to ride a horse. Him and his wife, my words won't come out right but we the people demand our money and stop trying to make laws on the darkies when we talking back transparent to you people with the cameras. But I see the camera fixed today, thank God. Now, America, stay tuned, and you're going to see how the darkies deal with the people from, Miss Muhammad coming here, hearing back hey, peace to the
Thank
Middle
you.
East.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Melissa Zaremski.
Hey y'all, Melissa Zaremski, First Ward. I always talk and, most people know I love God. You guys all need to get into your Bibles, read it, live by God instead of living by the devil. Because when you live by the devil, things happen. Judy, your kitchen. I seen that your nephew-in-law went on talking about you saved the money. I call bullshit on that, okay? Because before that, you had to borrow $600 for a lawyer. Now, I believe Jedediah Brown is coming to town. Awesome, love that man. He coming, baby. He gonna be looking at your guys' shit. Now, if I'm wrong, I will be woman enough, stand at this podium and say sorry for accusing you of something you didn't do. But God is telling me I will not be eating those words. Liddell Lewis, again, you need to stop getting police escorts. You need to pay back the residents our money for have your police escorts over a lie. That was also stated because state troopers couldn't find the proof. And Attorney Kim, holy shit, are you fucking butthurt, dude? Because you lost a case. So now you want to get a $500 an hour lawyer to try to win this case because you're butthurt. So what are you costing the residents money, dude? Now, I'm going to be praying again because, God always knows what's right from wrong. And I'm going to say this right now. Baby, you lose this case again, I want this money coming out of your motherfucking paycheck, baby. You are going to pay us back that money to pay that lawyer over some bullshit because your feelings got hurt. Y'all need to stop doing the residents wrong. That's why, you can't look at us because you know what you did. Who sells out their fucking residents? We have residents, I got a couple of neighbors on my street that have tarps on their roofs. They will love to have a new roof, okay? Oh, did I mention that one of them's even a senior citizen? Right? I mean, I guess, why are you giving all this money to 501c3s who aren't doing nothing? I mean, and we don't need no damn fucking willow trees neither.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
All righty, good evening, council. I'd like to talk about rule number 29.7 that's back there on the board. That said, council members may not speak during public hearings nor respond to speakers. However, we always see a lot of talking up there amongst the council members, back and forth to each other. If that's a rule for you all, which I like that rule because it means that you all should be at the very least, quiet and playing like you attentive to the speakers, at the very least. Let's start putting the rules into action. So you all don't want us to speak, don't want us to say anything when you all are up there. Some of you all, I won't say everybody. You know, y'all don't want us to grunt, groan, nothing. Let's give the same respect back to the residents, because it's a lot of disrespect to the residents. It's bad enough that we already disrespected by having bad water lines. It's sad when I'm riding into here and I'm seeing people outside their houses arguing because they're out there cutting off their water. I saw that on my way into the council meeting just today. That's not good. We got a lot of dysfunction that's going on here in the city. We ain't gonna even talk about the latest news that came out this morning with between Mott and City. We ain't gonna even talk about that right now because there's a lot of other things that we're neglected on. To sit here as a council member and call out a resident in the city of Flint sitting in the audience that haven't said a word, but to falsely accuse them and then want to put them out because they stand to defend themselves is absurd. It's bully tactics. Don't make sense. You can't even make sense out of it. You don't even need to think about trying to make sense out of it. Don't even waste your time, y'all, because it don't make sense. Let that part go. However, we need to start thinking about that when we start to talking and start to being disrespectful to the residents. We ain't gonna talk about the age thing. We ain't gonna talk about disrespecting our elders. We ain't gonna talk about being bullies and disrespecting our children. Can't do that. That just doesn't make sense. Let's be humane. Let's just be humane. If you all didn't get a chance to experience it this weekend at the rodeo with so much love, even if you didn't like one another, the energy there was just so good. I wish that same energy could come back and be here amongst here and just show that energy. You don't have to like one another, but respect should be the order of the day. And I just want to I want to leave it there because it's something else that's on my mind, and I don't want to say that to bring that negative energy in here, but be careful of how you treat people.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews, and I am a good government activist from the 7th Ward. Welcome, Mr. Jarrett. Can a Supreme Court justice accept millions from billionaires for luxurious holidays? Can a pope engage in immoral activities on his day off? No, because these positions demand the highest standards of ethical conduct. Similarly, our Ethics and Accountability Board members perform quasi-judicial functions and must be upheld to the highest standards of integrity and impartiality in all that they do. This is common sense. I support the resolution to remove Billy Dantzler from the EAB. Her conduct has demonstrated a gross negligence of duty, violating common sense ethical norms and the standards set forth in our city charter. During a speech before the EAB that I made just in April, I outlined the essential norms for ethical board members. These key norms include 1, professionalism and objectivity. Members must maintain a high degree of professionalism, impartiality, and objectivity. 2, respect for diversity. Embracing and respecting diversity ensures fairness in decision-making. 3, focus on mission. Board members should ensure their conduct aligns with the board's mission. 4, public perception and integrity. The conduct of each member shapes the perception and integrity of the board. These principles are the cornerstones of effective leadership. Despite this, Ms. Dantzler responded on the day I gave this speech by saying that EAB members could do whatever they wanted outside of the EAB meetings. This is a blatant disregard for the ethical norms that should govern her actions. Additionally, for some time now, Tanya Burns has been attempting to weaken the EAB for political purposes, despite the board's mission to operate above politics. This is unacceptable and further underscores the need for ethical reform at the EAB. Therefore, I urge the City Council to support the resolution to remove Billy Dantzler. Our community deserves a board that upholds integrity, transparency, and accountability, and yes, impartiality. By doing so, we can restore public trust and ensure the EAB members adhere to common sense ethical standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tia Harris.
Well, good afternoon, Council. I want to start by saying that I attended Friday Councilwoman Burns' decision over there in Judge Bakel's court. And I'm disappointed in his, in my opinion, ambiguity in his decision. I don't feel, nor do I believe, that co-equal counsel should have the authority to remove another council member, especially one that was elected by the people. That's my opinion. I don't feel that that authority should be granted to the council. Having said that, I also don't agree with the removal of Ms. Billy Dantzler from the Ethics and Accountability Board. And let me state why. I've been watching the Ethics and Accountability Board, and as I stated at the board, a lot of things I question being ethical and accountable with that board and its members. As a private citizen, these chambers are ours to come and air our grievances, and I believe that's what Ms. Billy Dantzler did when she was in here. Also, having stated that, I also feel that just because a person doesn't curse, just because a person doesn't show outrage, don't mean that they're not being disrespectful. You can be disrespectful with the English language, which we all well know. You can be belittling with the English language, which we all well know. You can be degrading with the English language, which we all well know, and no curse words or colorful adjectives have to be used to do so. Having said that, I want to admonish and give a genteel push to the residents to know that recalls do work. Make no mistake about it, they do. And I do believe that there is a lot of politics and political games being played here with the decision. So people, open your eyes and pay attention. Get engaged. Sign those recall petitions. Participate in what's democracy.
The next speaker is Jan Marie Arbour.
Jan Marie Arbour, 7th Ward candidate. The First Amendment in the U.S. Constitution Bill of Rights guarantees freedoms concerning religion, expression, assembly, and the right to petition. It guarantees freedom of expression by prohibiting Congress from restricting the press or the rights of individuals to speak freely. It also guarantees the right of citizens to assemble peaceably to petition their government. First Amendment expert Lotta Knott, a fellow at the Freedom Forum, focuses on the relationship between voting, civic engagement, and the First Amendment. She states that institutions like police departments, public schools, and local government branches cannot restrict employees' free speech rights, but they do need to assure that such speech doesn't keep the employee from doing their job. Some among this council body have, by your actions preventing Councilwoman Burns from doing hers. Ms. Burns's case involving her free speech will go before the Michigan Court of Appeals at an unknown date. In the meantime, history suggests a reasonable expectation that her freedom of speech and that of others will again be tested. What types of speech are not covered under the First Amendment? Some include true threats, defamation, incitement to imminent lawless action, and fighting words. Let's consider the definition of fighting words. They're spoken words directed to a person or persons and meant to incite violence, a fight, or confrontation. Ms. Burns hasn't uttered fighting words to her colleagues nor to the residents. However, a recent example of fighting words were heard within these chambers on March 20th when 2nd Ward Councilperson and President Liddell Lewis stood from the occupied 9th Ward seat, sauntered toward 3 men with arms back and chest thrust forward to provoke them with the words, "What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do?" As is said in the Southern colloquial, them's fighting words, and as such, they are not protected free speech under the Constitution, nor has there ever been any penalty imposed by this body for her repeated abuses and lack of decorum. Ms. Lewis, it would serve you well to bear in mind that this council may soon shift its axis of power, and when that happens, well, here's another one of those Southern sayings, one thing about them tables, they always turn. Lastly, I implore certain council members to avoid the landmine surreptitiously buried for you to step on and lose footing in order to subvert your role and responsibilities as an elected official. Tread carefully, I ask, as one should among a den of vipers.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is River.
All right, hi everyone, my name is River. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I have been catching up for a while now, and I gotta say, I'm real disappointed in all of you. I'm embarrassed, I'm horrified. I told my friends and family that the water was being fixed, like just a fucking idiot, and sat here and wondered why I was getting rashes, and why all my plumbing was breaking, and why I can't afford to fix all the stuff that's breaking. Candace, Councilwoman, could you please maybe look at your residents when they speak? Yes. I got a little distracted because I have a lot of feelings, and that's why I've been avoiding speaking, because I didn't want to come up, have too many emotions, and then probably not get arrested, but have a bad time. So I've been trying to collect myself, prep, make sure I show up in the best possible way, and then I realized, why does it matter? Half the council doesn't bother. Like, half of you don't even deign to show up, deign to look at the agenda before things are brought to the table, deign to look at anything that doesn't fill your pockets. Candace, could you please pay attention, please? You are at work, Councilwoman. just during these last few speakers, I've been writing down when I've noticed people not paying attention. And I gotta tell you, Liddell, Quincy, Judy, Candace, again, over and over, every 30 seconds, I've got not looking. Liddell's cleaning her desk, not looking, picking her mouth, leaving the room. Like, again, you are at work. Councilwoman Lewis, could you please practice active listening skills with me in this moment right now? Thank you, Councilman Murphy. It's just, I've been fired and disciplined to jobs for so much less. And then these people, you're coming up here and you're being paid to act the way you are, being paid to act like children, just disrespectful. You're coming in here with this, like, I got mine attitude. I got mine. Screw y'all. Like, pay your bills. Pay your bills. Like, we pay you. Work for me. And just this I got mine attitude, like, you guys are gonna get yours. You're gonna get it. And I can't wait to watch. I look forward to it. Everyone signed the recall. Be sure to vote if you're in the 1st and 7th wards.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Miss E. Taylor.
Good evening, community. It's always good to be in front of you. I appreciate you. Mr. Jarrett, Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey Carter, glad to be in front of you. So I'm one of the people in the community who would like to offer a proposal, a resolution to provide training to the Flint Police Department. A community relationship to help council use things like maybe stop with the walkouts, stop using handcuffs, find another way. There must be something in your toolbox. The need to arrest an activist looks like revenge. It doesn't look like someone who's looking for leadership. I recommend to the council or a proposal to simply take time out. You need to use more timeouts for yourself. Not to promote genocide or apartheid, but physical and mental and economic endings that you are causing here at this council is affecting the community. There are 5 people in particular that I'm talking about. Training from the top, which we racistly refer to as the chief. I would hope that we would get past using that word. But the person who's in charge of the police department. There are 3 to 10 plus police officers within these chambers. And the crime is large on the outside. There has to be a better toolbox for the police and the 5 council persons. There has to be a toolbox where you are not challenging us all the time with the might of the police department. Get out, get out, get out. We need better, healthier, better ways to see and respect the people in the council. I'm just not sitting for bastardization of democracy anymore. The truth is, in your toolbox, you do have the right to create roofs and furnaces, hot water heaters and windows, but no, you chose not to do it. Miss Billity has the community supporting her. Doug, who has put mail in people's mailboxes, a federal offense, challenges black women. He challenges black women and he makes community not work. Paying off by Ashley Capital is vulgar. That's just like cussing. That's what you're aiming at, is cussing and nasty and being evil. That's what you do when you take money from Ashley Park. Sign the recall petitions. My council person never looks up at me. But we're getting another one.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is A.C. Dumas.
Yes, my name is A.C. Dumas, and I just want to bring out a few points that I feel is important to me. Number one, hopefully after the August 6th election, we'll have 5 individuals on this body that will be physically responsible. And I say that about the 501c3, that there will be accountability for those organizations that receive opera funding. They need to be held accountable, and this body, at least 5, should bring those organizations before them and ask them what are they doing with the people's money. Secondly, let me talk about the removal of Billy Dantzler. I was sitting over there. She didn't say a word. That comment came from this side of the room. Ms. Lewis, the comment came from this side of the room and not that side. I was sitting there. So you wrongfully accused that lady. And now you're calling for a public hearing. Well, where was the public hearing for Councilman Eric Mays? Where was his public hearing when you threw him out? Where was the public hearing for Councilwoman Tanya Burns? July the 8th meeting been canceled. I can understand you canceling the meeting the 4th of July, but why are you canceling the following week meeting, July the 8th? Help me to understand that. Ernst & Young, they want additional $738,025 for what? For what? Vote no on that nonsense. And also vote no, Mr. Elamine. I did send you a text, and I sent it to the council, and I put it on Facebook. Honor Mr. Mays' seat. Honor his seat. I didn't tell you to be a clone of Mr. Mays, but honor his seat, please. And last but not least, I want to say that the state of Michigan has ordered the Genesee County clerk to count the petitions on Mr. Murphy. They wouldn't allow the city clerk to be involved. They ordered the county clerk to count the recall petitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Wilbert Jarrett.
Good evening, council. I come in peace. My name is Wilbert Papa Jarrett. I'm Effie's baby boy, and I'm here to represent the Jarrett family. Also, AC stole my thunder. I was sitting on this side of the room when the Second Ward Council lady responded to a voice on that side of the room, looked on that side of the room, and then pointed Miss Dantzler out over on this side of the room. She knew that it was not Miss Billy Dantzler to respond out of term in the public audience. In my opinion, she took advantage of that particular incident to bring all this resolution y'all got on here to hear a public hearing concerning something that she knew, because when she was speaking, when the person spoke, she looked direct at me. And I'm sitting over there, so I know that was a false accusation that she accused Billy Nansen for. And she stole my thunder when he said, where was the public, 2 times, where was the public hearing for Eric Mays? Where was the public hearing for Tanya Burns? But now, you guys is talking about having a public hearing over something that was very inadequate and wrong in my personal opinion. I got another minute. I'm gonna do like Liz. I'm gonna stand up here for a minute. I'm old. Maybe I'll think about something else. Maybe I'll admonish my great nephew. I'm gonna take my 45 seconds or 35 seconds and tell him what I wanted to tell him when he got sworn in. You representing a long legacy of the Jarrett family and the Massey family. But so far, young man, from the response of the audience and the response I get everywhere I go, you're doing a phenomenal job. And if you need a lawnmower,
Thank you, Madam
zero-turn
Clerk. Next
lawnmower,
speaker, please, Madam
I got
Clerk.
3.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
I'm gonna be good today. My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. Quincy, I ain't mad at you for fighting. Fight for your seat. I ain't gonna be mad at you. But you had 770 people to sign that petition. So that's something to think about. Liddell, you wanna put Miss Danster out for speaking out. Who gonna put you out for trying to get 3 men? Trying to fight 3 men, who gonna put you out? Who have ever reprimanded you for that? Nobody. Like I said, you come in here like Shaka Khan one day and Boosie the other. But I don't know if anybody told you that haircut on the side need to be laid down, baby. I done told you coochie hairs don't look good. I don't know anybody that won't fight for their seats. Fight for it. I ain't mad at you. But you're gonna have a run for your money. I'm gonna tell you that. Get up. Judy, we working on you. You are next in line. We will not have you guys on this seat. You don't respect our people. You don't respect the people. And when you don't respect the people coming. We're not gonna sit down, we're not gonna lay down. We're gonna I'm calling pastors to come here and sit in these seats and listen to how you guys treat us, how you weaponize us with the police. We're gonna stop this. You get a ride every time a council meeting by the police. You don't get a ride. Do you get a ride to go to the toilet? You don't get a ride to have to go to the toilet. So you shouldn't get a ride to come down to the city council seat. You need to step back and move back, because you're not gonna keep sitting in this seat thinking you God gives to ugliness, because you're not. You're not. You're very ugly. Inside you are very ugly. And you try to wear that makeup, you need to get a towel and wash that garbage off your face and try to be what you is, the devil. You are the devil. And it's sad that y'all sit up here, 7th Ward, I can't wait till August. We can't wait. You have to go. You are a nobody. And it's sad. You are a very nobody. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
The next speaker is David Peachy.
Yeah, my name's Dave Peachy from the 4th Ward. I'm not here to condemn anybody. I'm here to give some information. We have some very bad streets where I live. The grass is this high. Cars are pulling up the corners or driving down the street and they can't see what's coming or what's going. It's very dangerous. We got kids riding bikes and people can't see them because the grass is this high. We got fire hydrants over there that you can't find because the grass is so high. It hasn't been cut once this year. It's a very bad situation. It's just no reason, with all the money that's going around in this city, we can't get these cut. Is what it is. The houses are burnt right down. All you got is the foundations, the basements, and that stuff. Well, you can't even see them anymore. Trees are growing up, all this grass. You can't walk down the sidewalks. I pay my tax and everything. I should have the same rights as the 5th Ward, 6th Ward, or everybody else. And there's nobody over there. Me and my neighbor got out this morning and started cutting some of the corner lots where the people could see the car coming or people stop sign. These are things that this should be taken care of. I shouldn't have to come up here and complain about it. And you know it, Judy. And I'm not blaming anybody for it, but somebody should get in contact with the city to get out there and clean this mess up because somebody's going to get killed. Then you guys get a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn.
Good evening. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. My focus is on Resolution 240235 regarding the removal of Billy Dantzler from the Ethics and Accountability Board. This resolution is trash. It is also a waste of time. It is hypocritical, and it is another bullying tactic against Ms. Dantzler and the community. The disorderly conduct that Ms. Dantzler is being accused of has actually been the consistent behavior of some council people. Please excuse my language while I recall the following. The persistent harassment of the late Councilman Eric Mays by Councilwoman Lewis. Former Councilwoman Worthing, Councilman Murphy, and Councilwoman Lewis referring to Councilwoman Burns as a bitch. Interim Councilwoman Mouchette calling Councilwoman Burns a hood rat. Former Councilwoman Worthing standing over Councilwoman Burns in a white privilege and threatening manner. Councilwoman Lewis standing up to fight Councilman Pfeiffer, including community activists Rich Jones and Arthur Woodson, as well as business owner Don Pfeiffer. Interim Councilwoman Mouchette telling Councilwoman Winfrey Carter to shut the F up. Former Councilwoman Worthing calling Councilwoman Winfrey Carter ghetto. Councilwoman Priestley telling black people that racism does not exist in this community. Councilwoman Priestley using the word colored when describing a non-white person. Councilwoman Priestley threatening to cut the testicles off of veteran Trevor Berryhill. Councilwoman Lewis telling community activist Beverly Biggs Livy that she would F her. Councilwoman Lewis making false accusations of racism against Councilman Pfeiffer, which endangered his family. Councilwoman Lewis referring to the community of Flint as janky and mocking the community's vulnerable condition of relying on bottled water. Again, this resolution to remove Ms. Dantzler is trash. It is the kettle calling the pot black. It is a distraction from the needs of the people, and it is also proof that the foundation of the leadership of this council is violent and mentally ill. Councilwomen Lewis and Priestley, as board members of the KWA pipeline, focus on holding Genesee County Drain Commissioner Jeff Wright and Mayor Neely accountable for making Flint's water drinkable and affordable. To hell with those damn willow trees. We don't give a damn about them willow trees. We need clean water, a public safety plan, $16 million for new roofs, siding, and doors. We need 810 News Media Group up at the front of the chambers. We need respect. We need honor. We need you to stand on business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Claire McClinton.
All right, that's a hard act to follow, I'm telling you that. But I want to speak to the special affairs agenda, and one is a waste of money, 240120, given the Ernst & Young $738,025. Why do you need Ernst & Young anymore? The allocation ends December 31st. All monies must be allocated. Once he say those monies can be allocated, what do you need him for? And he was supposed to advise you on other funds and federal funds and things to bring more money to Flint. He hadn't did it. This is a waste of money. And the other resolution, 235, about removing Billy Dantzler, that's a waste of time. So you got one proposal is a waste of money, and the other one is a waste of time. Now, two Ethics and Accountability Board members, William Harris and Trishelle Young, came to this council and asked for money, opera money. That's a conflict of interest. I don't see them being removed. You got people calling people the B word, no warnings or nothing. Doug Matthews putting threatening letters in people's mailbox, no repercussions. This is just a lawless hot mess down here. I'm still looking, we're still looking for $16 million. A resolution, a motion on the floor, somebody put the motion on the floor for $16 million, additional dollars for home repair and rehabilitation. I don't see that on the agenda. Did I miss it? But you want to pick on who you want to pick on. Last week, people were put out of here. They got to sit outside in the hallway. Then Wednesday, somebody had the bright idea, oh no, you can't sit in.
Where did that come from? Do your job and quit playing. You do, but we'll say this. You do what you gotta do, and we'll do.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Art Woodson.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The last speaker for today is Jedediah Brown.
Good evening, everybody. How you doing? My name is Jedediah, and I don't really have much to say because I've listened to the comments on my way, and I want to say job well done to the residents of Flint, Michigan. Obviously, you may know who I am. I am an advocate, and so basically a lot of things have come across my desk concerning what's going on with Flint. I do encourage Liddell Lewis to look up the definition of deranged, because if you say that again and you are tripping my name to it, you will be getting a defamation lawsuit from my lawyer on the record. And so outside of that, I'm here because I am a friend to good government. I'm the worst enemy to bad government. And so one of the things that we're here for is to simply see what's going on, because the first time I was here was because we were bringing water, and then the next time I saw Flint was because we were proud of Eric Mays. And it is such a disheartening thing to hear the residents complain about the things that they're complaining about in a town that Eric Mays comes from, because we thought you guys was on the up and up and doing better. But one of the things that really upset me is the amount of African Americans that live here, the people that are experiencing poverty. And when I see black faces mishandling black spaces, that really upsets me. And so I don't have, again, I'm not a grandstander or none of that, and I didn't come up here to put on no show. I'm literally here to find out. So I'm saying this to every single one of you all sitting on that council. Now we're paying attention. We've already found some lies. We've been looking at a lot of people's things that they got going on. People saying that they don't have any ties to organizations, and they actually do. People voting in a way that we're trying to determine if it is unlawful or unethical. But here it is. When you don't serve people well, they begin to speak up, and they begin to organize. They begin to find their voice and their power, and then they begin to reach out. So all I want to tell you is do right moving forward. No more bullying, no more kicking children and elderly people out. You're doing the people's business. Let's be responsible and respectful. Let's engage and do things proper, because it's a long story short. I am a small man in stature, but if we find out that Flint needs a visit, I'll make sure that we keep this and make it a national issue. Have a good day.
It is now time for council response. Are there any council members who wish to speak at this time? Are there any council members who? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming out, for being engaged in the process. I would like to thank Mr. Jedediah Brown for coming out. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. Thank you. I've been sitting here writing down different things, and I just want to say I am firmly against the resolution to remove Ms. Billy Dantzler from the Ethics and Accountability Board. First, I don't even know how this resolution made the agenda for special affairs today. Why is it that we keep circumventing the process of all of the resolutions going through committee? Okay? Special affairs is not designed for it to have pop-up resolutions. It's a stop-off of what we need to get before we move a resolution to council. The proposed resolution to schedule a public hearing and to retain outside counsel using taxpayers' dollars, in my opinion, it's an unjust and unfair attempt initiated by the council president to retaliate against a resident. As a council member, I believe we have far more critical business to attend to then engaging in petty, vindictive behavior towards our residents. Leave the residents alone. This chamber is for the residents.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank all of you who came out this afternoon to engage with us. It is very important that I hear, I'll speak for myself, that I hear from you as it relates to your concerns, such that I can do best I can to work with and in support of you. That said, there are some boards that I have appointments to make. And I don't know everybody in the community, nor do I know everyone in the community that would have interest in serving. Therefore, this is somewhat of an announcement. If you are interested in serving your community and serving on one of the boards, please email me with your contact information and your resume. I need to fill board seats, and I am interested in working and having those work and serve that want to work and serve. No sense in me appointing somebody who I think I would like to see in a seat or sit in a seat, and they really are only doing it because I ask. So I'd rather place persons who want to serve in those seats. So my email is new, but it is J.E. Jarrett, Jarrett, at cityofflint.com. Again, J.E. Jarrett, Jarrett, at cityofflint.com. I will do my best to, one, let you know that I received your communication, then we will work together to see how we go about addressing it. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council comments?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to everyone that is here, because this is your council chambers paid with your money. Simple as that. And we are public servants. Mr. Jedediah Brown, thank you for coming here. You are not deranged, sir, not at all. And Pastor Jordan, I appreciate you for coming, and I appreciate the support. In order to, when we talk about good government and bad government, it's going to take all of us. Residents are angry because there has been an abuse of power and position. And when you abuse power and position, the residents have a right to speak out. If you don't want people to be angry, then understand what you're putting them through. Understand. Billy Dantzler, you are my appointment. I watched that video. Before you even had a chance to finish completing the time with telling her it was not me, she had issued your second warning. You have been targeted. You have been targeted because you speak out about the resolution with Cyrus Park for $50,000, $25,000. You have been vocal that she is the incorporator. You will continue to be targeted by her. She put you out. She started this. She instigated it. And she continues to do that. As many things that we got to do in this city, she decides to throw over 50 residents out, warn them, weaponizes the police against her colleagues and myself. She jumps in people's face, and she does this. You want good government, good policy, we have to begin it by doing it. Her focus should not be the audience out there, and it's continuously, what are the residents doing? They're angry, and they have a right They have a right to step to the lectern, podium, to the front, whatever you want to call it, to say how they feel. This is their council chambers. And they're going to keep speaking out until every council member up here starts to do right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public speaking? Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers who spoke, and to the young man who came here from Chicago, I believe. Let me give you a little history of Flint, since you're here to do some research.
1 second, can we please pause the time? So we need for the audience to come to order so that the person that has the floor can speak. Please do not yell out and interrupt while the speaker has the floor. Thank you. Councilman Murphy, please continue.
Thank you. For the last 30 years, over $1 billion done came into the city of Flint. And people has been in position, we only been in this position going on 2.5 years. People been in position for over 30 years.
Please pause the time. Please pause the time. So the audience has already been asked to stop yelling out. Continue, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. People been in position that look just like you and me, and as a result of some of them being in this position, our neighborhoods look like what it looked like. During the water crisis, over $100 million came into the city of Flint, and I'm on this side right now, so I know for a fact, out of $100 million that came into the city of Flint, we still ain't got enough money to take care of the business of the city of Flint. And you go and you ask some of these people that's in position, why are we in the position that we in? It's because they made bad decisions. And not only that, today I'm out there cutting grass because the land bank.
Please stop the time. Officer, someone is screaming out, sell their lawnmower in the vicinity where you are. Would you please make sure that people stop yelling out? Officers, I am asking you all to please stand up and keep your eye on the audience as well, because we have people yelling out. Go ahead, Councilman Murphy.
We had a cleanup Saturday. If all of this energy that's in here today would have came to Ophelia Bonner Park and cleaned up, it'd have made a difference. 4 or 5 people came out to clean up, and it wasn't my cleanup. It was a cleanup that an organization, Athena, had put together. When you do your research, and not one person that looked like us, me or you, came out and did that. I was embarrassed. And every time we go out here and do something in the community, great in the 2nd ward, great in the 1st ward, we the ones get bashed when you go and look at things you could touch and feel that we have accomplished in our community and not what we talking about.
Thank you. Next council member who wishes to speak during council comment, please. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So, to the gentleman from Chicago that came to my house, driven by, you got to hear Jedediah Brown that came to my house, driven by Councilwoman Burns, to my house, and put fear in my young son. That's what deranged people do. You don't come up to people's homes that you don't know to instigate. No one knows your intent. And so, as I will not come to anyone else's house, I will appreciate the same decency of out-of-towners and in-towners. You don't do that here. That's not a good move. And so, as I proceed.
Please pause. Ma'am, this is your first warning, because I've asked several times for the audience to stop yelling out. So this is your first warning. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you. And
What's your point of order, Ms. Burns?
Who are you speaking to?
The young lady right here with the brown purse across her shoulder.
Okay.
Continue.
thank you. And it's unfortunate that the fact that you came to town and you was misinformed. That's fine. Go with one side of the story, but business of the city will continue to be conducted in an ethical way. So as we enter into the summer, we want to make sure that we are promoting a safe and clean summer. I encourage all gun owners to come to City Hall, get your gun locks. They are provided free at the Office of Public Health here, as well as with the Michigan State Police and with the Well of Hope. Last but not least, the city had a great time at the rodeo. And we're looking for...
Wait, please, Mr. Brown, you do not yell out at our meetings. Mr. Brown, this is your first warning. Mr. Brown, do not yell in our meetings. Do not yell out in our meetings. Do not yell out in our meetings. Mr. Brown, you are being brought to order. You have your first warning. Do not yell out in our meetings. Do not yell out in our meetings. That is your first warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine. Is there a second?
I support that.
It's been moved and properly supported. Please put Ms. Burns 1 minute on the clock. Thank you.
Okay, so my clock is ticking. I'm going to say this. It is unfair for her to, number one, she becomes argumentative, Liddell Lewis, with the audience. Doug went to 4 people's homes, put mail in the box. Let's talk about how dangerous Doug is. Let's talk about that. Talk about how dangerous that the Ethics and Accountability Board is scared because he went to 4 people's home, putting mail illegally in their box, just like you did, Liddell Lewis. Let's talk about the truth for a change, so you can become familiar with the truth. And then you're going to take a cheap shot at Beverly Biggs with the gun lock. How dare you? How dare you? That toddler died, and you gonna make a cheap shot as a mother and want somebody to feel empathy and sympathy for you, and you gonna put that up there. There's a special place for you. You are so wrong. Gonna make a cheap shot. A toddler lost his life, and you playing games and gonna talk about a mother. You a mother, all right, but not that type of mother.
Thank you. Please put my 1 minute up, please. Please put my 1 minute up. So this appeal was about Mr. Jedediah Brown screaming out at our meeting. As I told Mr. Brown, you cannot scream out at this meeting. He said, fine, I will take my first warning, and he continued to scream out even after I told him you cannot scream out at our meetings. The appeal was strictly about Mr. Brown and not everything else that was stated during the appealee's process. And so now we need to go ahead and vote on Mr. Jedediah Brown's first warning, that is your second warning. You are removed from this meeting. You are removed from meeting. That's amazing. Do that out in the hallway. Thank you. As I was saying, see you later. So we will now vote on Mr. Brown's first warning for yelling out in our meetings. Roll call, Madam Clerk. You all need to clear the aisles. Get out of the aisles. Please stop walking back and forth with your signs. You all are asked to remove yourselves from the aisle.
Point of order.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
What's the yes and the no vote?
Yes overturns, no upholds the ruling of the chair.
Thank you.
Everyone is asked to clear the aisles.
Point of
Roll
order.
call. I'm sorry, go
Point of
ahead.
order.
What's your point of order?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
In order for you to request, you are not the fire marshal to enforce that.
Oh, okay, roll
You're
call.
not.
Your point is that is an incorrect point of order. Incorrect point of order. Roll call,
Point of
Madam
information,
Clerk.
Madam Chair.
What is your point of
Can you repeat
information?
that? I couldn't hear you over here.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Could you repeat what you just said about the appeal? I couldn't hear
Yes, overturns the ruling of the chair. No, upholds the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
you. No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Nope.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. The ruling of the chair stands. Mr. Jedediah Brown has his first warning. Please put Ms. Lewis's 30 seconds back up so that she can finish her time. Ms. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so for everyone that know, I put out all information that's positive in the community. And I was also there when we were giving out the locks. So that is my job, to make sure that I keep the community informed on great things that's happening in the city of Flint. I highly encourage my colleagues to do the exact same thing. A special shout out to everyone that attended the rodeo. It was a great time had by all, and as well as the individuals that came out to Sarvis Park for the Juneteenth kickoff. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
I'd just like to say good evening to the residents. and
Councilman in the first ward, can you please speak into your microphone?
Just like to say good evening to the residents, and I really appreciate everyone who came and spoke today. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? All right, seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor at this time, it is now time to move on to the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the
Support.
consent agenda. It has been properly supported by the councilman in the first ward.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I'd like to separate 240120 and 240168.
Thank you. Are there any more separations? Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Everything else.
The
please.
entire
It's
agenda
only like
has
3
been
more,
separated, and so I will now entertain a motion for Resolution 240120, which is the contract for Ernst & Young Management of ARPA Funds, revised fiscal year '24.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I make a motion to approve 240120.
There's been a motion by the fourth ward councilperson to approve. I'm sorry, what was your motion?
To approve it. Oh, to send it to
There,
council.
thank you.
Sorry,
There's been a
forgot
motion there's been a motion to send Resolution 240120 to council. Is there any support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly
Madam
supported
Chair.
by the councilwoman in the second ward. Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
Because I do not see Brian Jarzynski here, I'd like to send this back to committee. So I'd make a motion to send this back to finance.
There is an amended
Support.
motion to send it back to finance by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. It's been supported by the councilwoman in the sixth ward. There is no discussion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240120, Contract Ernst & Young Management of ARPA Funds, revised fiscal year 24, has been sent back to Finance. Moving on to Resolution 240182, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for emergency water relief funds. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I move that we move this to council.
There is a motion to send 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds for emergency water relief funds, to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
Shelley, Madam Chair, to Shelley. Let me
Shelley,
finish.
will you
Hold
please
on,
join us at the
let me
lectern?
get it
Thank
out.
you.
Shelley, I know you were questioning. I think this is yours. Is this yours? Amanda. Okay, what does this look like and to qualify? Because
Amanda, will you please
I'm
join us
thinking-
at the lectern, please? I'm sorry.
Hold on, because I didn't say I wanted Amanda.
Well,
Yeah.
she's the one who answers the questions, not
Yeah.
Shelley.
So, Amanda, what does this look like? What does it take for residents who need this to qualify, and what are the guidelines to qualify?
Okay, the guidelines are going to be, it's for homeowners with active water accounts, and they would have to make sure that their property taxes and income taxes are up to date.
So their income tax, property taxes have to be up to date, and they have to be the property owner, right?
Correct.
And so if it is a landlord, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's the only ones that are in the
They're
homeowner's
excluded.
name.
So if it's a landlord-owned property, and we have 50% renters, that this won't apply to that bill, even though they have a water affidavit putting the water in their name. Is that correct?
If it's in the tenant's name, they're not going to be eligible. These are for homeowners.
Okay, so only homeowners. We have about 50% or nearly 50% renters. A lot of those delinquent accounts are for renters. And so this won't apply. And they have to have their income tax and property tax up to date.
Correct.
And so this really won't, if you can't pay your water bill, your property tax is probably not up to date. I don't know how effective this will be to help people.
Well, I ran some reports, like I told you guys last.
It's hard to hear you, Amanda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I ran some reports just, because this question came up last time. So I ran the reports to see who had paid their property tax. I used 2023's database, and then whoever was a homeowner, it was in the homeowner's name for water. So when I combined the two to see which ones were duplicates, there was almost 1,700 addresses that would qualify, at least with those two check marks, with the property tax paid and having delinquent water.
Okay, there's a new G-Card program.
Yes.
This G-Card, is that available? Do they have funds now?
Yes, there is, I believe it's 750,000. It's open to anyone with a water account, and it's up to $3,000.
Okay, so I want to say, so if you owe a back water bill and you are a property owner, then up to $3,000 you can apply at G-Card. Are you still doing the Thursday? Are you still have people here on Thursdays?
Not at this time, because the RAP program doesn't have money at this time.
Okay, so they need to go to G-Card, apply a G-Card. Shelley's over here nodding. And they need to have, what do they need to have for G-Card? Do you know right off the top of your head?
No, I don't.
Okay, and so I have shared it on my social media page. Does the city have it on their page?
Yes, I believe we did put it on there, yes.
Okay, it is on there now?
Yes.
Okay, so those people, if you have it, so it'll be beneficial for them up to $3,000 to seek this assistance. Is the program with the $250, how does the city pay that?
Well, anyone who applies for it and they qualify, because it's going to be income-based as well. So once they apply and we check all the boxes for them, we will apply $250 to their account. We will make payment arrangements. So once they they take their payments after 6 months, if they kept their arrangements, we'll give them another $250.
Okay, because I don't see this in our packet, what you're saying. Can I get that, please? And thank you. Look, she's looking to you, Shelley, so it must be to you. If you could email that to all of us, please, because that way we can share that information to help people. I know there was concern, as Sister Audrey Muhammad stated, she came in today, that she saw them getting their water cut off. And if they know that there is assistance through G-Card, then also with this program, if we pass it, that we can do some good things. Also, there were supposed to be 35 or 25 million available at the state to help with delinquent water accounts. What do you know about that?
When I had my last meeting, there was some money that was, and it wasn't 35 million or anything like that, it was like 3 million. And
Okay.
per DHS, they told us all that money had been allocated.
So we missed the deadline to allocate, because it was available last year also.
Right.
And
So
Flint
we
did
didn't have
not apply.
Yeah, we did not have the capacity at that time to apply, and neither did G-Card at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Madam Chair, through you to Amanda. Amanda, up to how much can a household get for this water relief?
It's up to $500.
Up to $500?
Yes. It'll be 500 families that we're hoping to help.
And so with the $500, what is the other part of the plan? Is there a plan for them to pay back what they owe as far as their past due and everything
Right.
else?
We would make payment arrangements with them, so then that way that once they make their payment arrangements, then if they keep their arrangements, then we'll add the other $250.
Okay, okay. How many people have you had so far to call in?
We haven't started anything because it hadn't been approved, so we haven't done anything.
Okay, but do you have a list of people who need the help?
Yes, that's why I just reiterated earlier, was that I ran some reports just to see how many we would have, and it was like 1,700, which just, like I said, I only checked the water bill and the property taxes. I can't check income taxes till they come in. So once we check those and we check their income levels, then, we can say, yes, you qualify. But just as a, kind of as a general thing, just to see how many people would qualify, that's how I ran those reports, and it was almost 1,700.
Okay, so 1,700 homeowners.
Correct.
Not renters.
Correct.
I was trying to listen, I guess I misheard. Okay, okay. All right, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
Through you to Ms. Amanda, thank you for being here. You just answered two of my questions on the number of people that could be eligible and the amount. My third question would be, is there like a sustainability plan being put in place so that if we decide to move forward with this, we'll be on good standing and not kind of going backwards?
I'm not sure of that answer. I would have to do you have an answer on that?
I don't directly have the answer to that, but this program is to just help everybody become current and to kind of help them remain current with the process so that the water department can work with them and can set up payment arrangements with them.
Okay.
So this is just, it's not a save all, do all, but it's just to get some people back current and to make sure that they can maintain, they pay their 6 months and then we give them another $250 to keep them going with their water bill.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Are you are you yielding the floor? Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
So, what's the difference between the RAP program versus what it is that you guys are trying to do now? Who are eligible for the RAP program?
Well, with the RAP program, anyone that has a delinquent water bill is eligible. Both tenants and homeowners are eligible. This program that we're talking about today is for homeowners.
Just for homeowners?
Correct.
Because they're kind of saying unfair that only homeowners can be eligible for it and not renters. And renters most likely is struggling to pay rent, water, consumers, gas, keep food on the table, gas, phone, just all these other bills. And it will be a relief for renters. So I'm thinking, why wouldn't you try to move the, because from what Councilwoman Burns said, G-Card got 750,000 or something like that. That's a lot of money that they already got that residents can go and apply for funding to help them with their water. But the problem that I have is that you got renters that's out there struggling that won't be eligible for this, that could really use a relief when it comes down to them being able to offset some of their bills. Wouldn't it seem more logical to move the $250,000, and I'm not sure if we could do that, towards the RAP program? Therefore, it will open it up for more eligibility when it comes down to homeowners and renters?
Well, that's not my decision to make, so.
Well, I suggest we, because you got the 750, because you're trying to leverage. Leveraging is, okay, you got G-Card that's already given 750,000. Then if we move the 250,000 towards the RAP program that you guys say is depleted with funds, then that'll allow residents and homeowners the opportunity to come down here and get some help. And they that program is already kind of promoted. And once people find out that they're eligible, I think it makes more sense. So because the 750,000 is in G-Card, because it's only owner-occupied homeowners, but not renters, that is struggling, that I'm sure is living paycheck to paycheck, I would like to see them be able to get some relief too. So I would like to,
I have a question.
I'm gonna keep it open to the floor for my colleagues that may have some questions, but I would prefer that this $250,000 be redirected towards the RAP program. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I was back there talking to Mr. Edwards, so I might have missed this answer. Looking at the post the city made on the G-Card, that is for both residents, or excuse me, for homeowners and renters.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that was brought up previously. Okay, I'm sorry that I'm repeating it. And that's what I just wanted to clarify that. I don't know why it was chosen homeowners versus renters. So do we know how many homes, do you have the number of homes for renters that are behind on water bills that might fit on this program if we had it as renters?
I only did
You
it
just
for the
did the
property,
homeowners?
yeah.
Okay. All right, that was all I had. I just wanted to clarify and make people aware also who might be watching us online that the G-Card is for both homeowners as well as renters. And take advantage of any program you can find that will help you. Because we don't want your water turned off. We want you living in a home that you can flush the toilet and do your dishes and take a bath. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to the speakers. Is there anything that prohibits us from opening it up to renters also?
In the beginning, when this was first came about, it was to stop the liens from being put, and the liens are only put on homeowners. And so that's why it was geared toward the homeowners at that time. But Mayor has since released the lien program right now. And so we just left it as still for homeowners. So we will take in consideration everything that everybody's saying. We really appreciate it. And we can take a second look at it.
Okay. So also, is one eligible to receive both these dollars as a grant in addition to the program that they're talking about through
Yes.
GC Card? So they're
Yes.
eligible to do
and
both.
any other program that can help as well.
Okay. Can you help me understand what it looks like in dollars and cents for eligibility? What dollar amounts do we consider low for a single person household, a 2-person household, et cetera?
Was it 15 to 50?
Well, a normal family of 4, average, I should say, average family of 4 uses 5 units, and I believe that's $109.88 is the amount of the bill for that.
The amount of the bill?
Yes, for a monthly bill, a 5-unit bill.
What I'm asking for, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. The income guidelines.
We use the same as the HUD
Okay.
guidelines for homes.
If this gets approved, between now and council, can you come back prepared to share for a family of 4, according to wherever you're referencing, it's $32,500.
Yeah, it's
for a family
between
of 5.
15 and 50,000.
Pardon me?
It's between the 15 and 50,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
whatever, if you could be prepared if it goes through,
Okay.
to come back and speak to that.
Yeah.
And again, at most, this program as it currently is can reach about 500 households?
Yes.
Okay. And we're using ARPA funds?
Yes.
And you said you would take into consideration adding. Is that going to come by way of you all pulling this resolution or us voting this down and then you come back with something?
I'm not sure how that process would go, but
Okay.
we would talk about it.
All right. I yield.
All righty, thank you. Councilwoman in the second ward, you and myself are the only ones who have not spoken this first round of discussion. Are you going to take your time for this round of discussion? All right, then I will take my time. What if the homeowner is renting with the water in their name? Like, so they own the home, they kept the water in their name, but they are renting the property. Are they eligible for this?
I would think so because it's still in their name and they are the homeowner.
And so you said yes, if they are still renting out their property and it's in their name, they're eligible for this water relief?
Yes, because they're still the homeowner and they're still responsible for the bill payment of that water.
Okay. And then you also said, just want to make sure I heard you correctly, that you also stated, pardon me, colleagues, just a little bit quieter, I can hear y'all. Thank you. And you also said that we can, it just, the only reason that it was just to stop the water liens, but there is a possibility that this can be adjusted for renters. There's a possibility. I know you are.
We can check on it. I can't promise anything, but yeah, we can check on it and see if it's available.
Okay, because
See
I
if it
would
can be-
think that since the lien, since liens are no longer the determining factor for these funds, that maybe it's something that can be opened up to all residents.
Definitely will check on it. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else? That concludes the first round. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I would like to make a motion to move our amended motion to move resolution 240182 reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency relief funds to the RAP program. The $250,000 to the RAP program.
To fund the RAP program.
Is that clear?
I don't think that's possible.
There is a motion on the floor to move this $250,000 to RAP funding, to make it RAP funding.
To
Is
move
there,
it to the RAP program.
to make it RAP funding?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'm gonna second it, but I see Attorney Kim trying to get your attention, Madam Chair.
There is a second, and then it was moved by the councilman in the 3rd ward, and then it was properly seconded by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. We are going to gain clarity from the attorney as to whether or not we can actually do that.
I would have to look into that to be certain, but since the RAP program is a state program,
Right.
it's a state-run
Yeah.
program, and the ARPA funds that we're talking about here were awarded to the city, my initial, estimate is there's no way for us to realistically do that, because the RAP program it's a program that was run by the state using state funds. This is basically a city program that uses city funds.
All right. So is there an amended motion to the amended motion, because we can't move city funds to state programs. Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
I make a motion to send 240182 to finance.
There is a motion on the floor to send 240182 to finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency water relief funds, has been moved back to finance. Now moving on to Resolution 240234, which is the adjournment of meetings of the
Madam
Flint City
Chair.
Council and its committees July 3rd and 8th, 2024. I believe I heard my colleague in the 4th ward.
I'd like to make a motion to send 240234 to council.
There's a motion to send 240234 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by my colleague in the 2nd ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward, you have the floor.
I do not support this, and I'm going to tell you why. It's the beginning of our fiscal year, and I'm going to read something to my colleagues. It says, if the big dollar resolutions need to be approved, this is not a good time. Our fiscal 25 resolutions do not make it to council in June. This means that having to wait until August for our large dollar purchases, and that could potentially shut down departments because they are unable to access the materials needed to do their day-to-day operations. Asphalt is an example. Or it results in creating a bunch of small dollar purchase orders to get us through, and then having to go back and merge a larger amount after they are approved by City Council. So it puts a burden on our...
Point of information.
Yes.
No. What's your point of information?
Through you to the speaker, I noticed that I wasn't eavesdropping, but that was an email from whom?
I'm not sharing that part.
Okay, then I thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, she got a good eye hustle.
All right, so Councilwoman in the 4th ward,
Yeah.
please.
It says it results in creating a smaller dollar amount of purchase orders to get us through, and then having to go back and merge a larger amount is they are not approved by city council. They wanted to bring this to our attention because it's going to put a bigger burden. And then what it's going to do is put work off that needs to be done in the city, and it will shut down departments. We need to have at least one meeting at the beginning. It is the beginning of our fiscal year. Our budget was delayed before it was approved, and they want to make sure their projects, they've already got projects lined up and contractors, and they need to be able to pay these contractors so that they can handle the business of the city. I'm done. I'll let my colleagues.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like the
Yes.
floor? Okay, Councilman Murphy.
Thank you. It's been a rough couple of months for a lot of us in this council. With me working another job and got the third and fourth off at my other job, and my other job has nothing to do with me being an elected official and taking care of the business of the city of Flint. Let me just be clear on that. But Councilman Murphy just might want to take a train ride to Chicago, to Lake Michigan, and sit on a boat or sit on the side and look at the water. You just never, I just want that
Can you
time.
speak into your microphone, please?
I just want that time off. It's only once a year. Look, let me go smoke a cigar, even though I don't smoke, but let me just relax. I don't want to, whatever y'all do, I'm voting to get the 3rd off, the 8th off. Do we get another day off? No, I'm just, but I'm just saying, I know. It's the holiday. Some of us may want to go out of town and we got to go come back. No, I'm down. Absolutely, yes, vote for me. Sorry, Councilman Burns, but I'm against, I'm this one right here, I'm gonna have to put you down. I'm voting no. All right, I'm done.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, through you to Clyde and Phil.
Mr. Edwards, would you join us at the lectern?
Mr. Moore as well.
Mr. Moore, would you join us at the lectern as well?
Tick tock, tick tock.
Would you please start your question on their way, because you're gonna run out of time.
So according to the email that Ms. Burns read, that we're gonna have issues. Now, I've had discussion with Lauren, and I believe I've had discussions with several other people about bringing resolutions forward at our next council meeting to prepare so that we can take 2 weeks off without a shortage. And I know that they want 2 weeks off as well. That is what the plan, what I was told the plan was. You're
Yeah, you're talking about in terms, yes, they're working to get resolutions to us right now for the June 18th committee meetings. That's correct.
So that we don't have an issue with the July, taking off the first 2 weeks in July, correct?
These are, yes, as far as I know, these are resolutions to try to move forward with business that might normally be taking place in that first few weeks of July.
Okay, and Lauren is all set with some of those that she needs to deal with as well, right?
That's correct. We've been working, trying very hard to make sure that things that we absolutely need to have the first part of the year that you'll have at the next council meeting.
Okay, so the email that was read off is, according to you guys, a moot point, because you're working hard to avoid any lack of supplies for departments that may need them starting July 1.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. I also received that email from a person. I didn't know that it was supposed to be anonymous, but nevertheless, just stating the conversation. And so after I told her that we were, because she was under the impression that we were taking the entire month of July off, then I let her know, I said, we're looking to take the first 2 weeks in July off, that's all. And then she replied, okay, that makes sense. I just know that last year we had a big impact with the whole month off, so thank you so much for your response. And so I sent her a copy of the public resolution that we have, and she said, perfect, thank you so much, and I appreciate your feedback. So, so that just speaks to what Councilwoman Burns was saying. That's already been cleared up, hearing that we're only taking 2 weeks off, and we're ready to roll. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion, we will now move to the second round. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. The fiscal year, Mr. Moore, I don't have an attitude like the councilperson in the second ward. That was just not necessary. The clerk just walked over to tell me that it was okay. All that zestiness wasn't necessary. So, Mr. Moore, when does the fiscal year start?
Fiscal year starts on July 1st.
On July 1st, and through you, Madam Clerk, or through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. You want to call the clerk?
Madam Clerk.
When will our actual time start? When will be our last meeting, and when do we come back?
The last meeting we have scheduled for June would be the 28th, the 24th, Monday.
And when will we come back?
And you would come back on the 17th with a special meeting?
So our last meeting is June 24th, and we come back on July 17th. And so if we're not having any meetings it'll be later. So so you're stating, Mr. Moore, the clerk had just whispered in my ear it would be okay for the larger purchases, because we know that asphalt is important. Our streets are terrible. You can lose your whole front end in our streets. Also, cement, they shut down. This is the season for those. So if they're going to be okay with the projects, and not just that, hiring the contract. I know we have 2 more contractors coming on, which will be doing the sidewalks around City Hall, which will be July, I believe, and also with cutting grass because of the tall grass. So as long as those services are okay, sidewalks and the grass, if they choose, they have their 5 votes, they can do it. I would rather be in Aruba someplace, but I understand Councilman Murphy needing his time off with his cigar. But Tanya Burns I will not be supporting it, although I understand my colleagues. I won't be supporting it because I really believe that handling through the business, we have 9 of us, and that we should always at least have 5 who can come to handle the business, because that's what it takes to pass anything. But if they want to take off, that's on them. I will not be supporting it because it's the very beginning of our fiscal year, which is July 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yeah. I will not be supporting this resolution as well, because it is already known when you get elected to serve on this council, to serve in your seats, you already know that we have council meetings on the 2nd and 4th Monday of every month, with the exception of maybe Memorial Day. We didn't have a council meeting, but that Tuesday we did have a council meeting. You knew that coming in. We have committee meetings the Wednesday before our official council meetings, which are on the 2nd and the 4th Monday of every month. So you knew that coming in. You know we don't give vacations. If you need to take off, take off. We all do it. We all do it. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
So having, or being new, I wasn't expecting this time off. I'll be here, I'll be around. What I will do, I'm gonna vote to support it, and this is why. I'm gonna give the administration the opportunity to show us that what they said about taking this time is not gonna impact us in any way. If that's what they say we'll be all right, then I'm gonna trust them this time to everything be all right. And you know, if for whatever reason, two of us can call a special meeting, right? Okay. I'll be here. I'll be here and around. If we need to call a meeting, I'd be willing to co-sign on calling a meeting. And if there are enough of us for a quorum, if a meeting is needed, we'll have a quorum. If it's not enough of us needed for a quorum, but there was a need for business to be done, we understand where priorities were.
Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair. You go ahead.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, go ahead.
Okay, so this is just going to be really quick. You know, I'm going to be around. I'll be gone for, I might be gone for a couple of days here and there, but I will, even though we won't be sitting at our seats, we have had more special council meetings than any other council before us for our whole term. I spoke to a friend of mine today, and she goes, how many council meetings did you attend last month? Because she wants to go to a dog show this weekend. I show my dogs. And I had to tell her no. So you can laugh all you want, but that's what I do for my enjoyment. You know, my dogs love it. So, you know, so taking this time off, I'm not going to stop my constituent work. I was in Canada last weekend and took a call from a constituent. So I always answer my phone. I don't always carry it with me, but when I have it, I answer it, and when I come home, I always return the calls that night or the next morning, because my constituents are why I'm here. I'm not here for you guys. I had one constituent, I believe, in the audience. He's why I'm here. I know where he lives. I know what his condition is around his neighborhood, and I busted my ass to get it cleaned up. But I want this time off so that I can do something and relax and not deal with the stress of what this coming to council does. And if I go away for a vacation, I will miss a council meeting. However, I don't tend to miss them, not very often. I've missed for family, and I've missed because I was ill. But I would like this time off from meetings, not from my constituent work, because I will be doing the work. Even if I'm out of town, I answer my calls, my phone. If I have to make calls, I make the calls. If I have to send emails, I send emails. I'm there for my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who would
Yes.
like the floor at this time? Councilman Murphy, you may have the floor.
Yes, and then, if I'm not mistaken, I did, get a call today that, Rolling Wood neighborhood is organizing a cleanup July the 9th. So even though we may not be here, I'll still be out in the ward working with them on the cleanup. So we still gonna be doing our work. We not gonna stop that. And I'm sure Councilwoman Burns is still going to answer her phone calls despite being here on July 3rd and the 8th. And Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter. And this is not abnormal for council to cancel a meeting. Historically, when you go back and look at council meetings, council has canceled meetings before, even prior to us getting on here. So let's not act like this is something new. This ain't nothing abnormal of them canceling a meeting. So I'm down with it. I'm ready to vote. Call for the question.
The question has been called for and has been properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The call for the question passes. We will now go ahead and vote to send Resolution 240234, which is the adjournment of meetings of the Flint City Council and its committees July 3rd and 8th to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. Resolution 24234, adjournment of meetings of the Flint City Council and its committees July 3rd and 8th, 2024, has been sent to council. Moving on to Resolution 240235, which is the scheduling of a public hearing removal for cause, Ethics and Accountability Board member Billy Danzler. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Yeah, I would like to move that to council.
There's a motion to move Resolution 240235 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Clerk, can you please put up the video, please? Because I think that when we talk about removing people, we need to fix our behavior up here. We do. We do. Removing from boards when our behavior is questionable, unethical, and at times unhinged, it is a problem. I will not support this because she has been targeted. I looked at that video and I spoke with her afterwards, and I think she is my appointment. And I know she's targeted. And I looked at that, and before she got a chance to say, it was not me, Councilwoman Lewis, a councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, said, that's your second warning. It wasn't her, it was from this side of the room. Madam Chair, let me know, is the video ready? Because we need to work on we need to all be removed then. If this is what we're doing. Hers is not the only one that's questionable. And we have to be careful.
You can
Thank you.
him if you had an issue. She's standing up to nuts if you must.
He threatened her.
That's the problem.
Wow.
That's not. I've been threatened. So what we gonna do?
She wasn't threatened. She wasn't threatened. She wasn't threatened.
Woo, she said, what we gonna do?
There's no back and forth, and if there was I could not hear what he said. You're telling me that he's right.
Wait a minute, point of order, she is out of order. Madam Chair, she is out of order.
Out of order.
She's out of order, she out of seat, she's been argumentative, going back and forth.
Going back and forth, that will be your warning with Dr. Lewis. And Mr. Blackburn, do not yell from that seat.
Play the second one, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Walk it up, bro. Walk it up.
Thank you.
Yes, it. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, they calling people bitches and shit. You ain't do that. And you don't intimidate me. You ain't do This is not fair. That's all I'm saying. No intimidation here, like that. No intimidation here. No. They gonna get enough big bitches up in this one. You don't get enough for that with the president.
So, as we can see, our council president was out of order, lacked decorum, lacked self-control. That behavior was dangerous. She created a dangerous environment. She sat in the wrong seat, breaking the council rules. Refused to go to her seat where she was supposed to be sitting at. She broke the rules, refused to go to her seat.
Point of order.
Please pause her time. What's your point of order?
This discussion should be about resolution 240235. And
I need the audience to please quiet down so that I can hear her point of order.
this is about the behavior of Billy Dantzler and having a public hearing where she will be able to present her own evidence. This is not against Dr. Lewis. This is about this resolution.
Well, I would ask the audience again, stop yelling out. Councilwoman Priestley, I do understand your point well taken. This goes to her building her case, so I will allow it.
Thank you. When residents come into these council chambers, they should feel that they're safe, not targeted. Her name was called, Billy Dantzler, Ethics and Accountability. She was not the one even speaking. So when you target people, you trigger people, and you do it week after week. It's a running joke that I tell Rich Jones, you're gonna get put out. I'm gonna bet you 3 tacos and 2 margaritas, because he doesn't even have to talk, and he's put out. They're targeted, but people get tired of being bullied. People get tired of being bullied. When we look at the behavior, number one, and it corresponds. I disagree with the councilwoman in the 4th Ward who said she was gonna cut off somebody's balls. We need to, number one, until our behavior improves, we have no business removing anybody at any time from these council chambers. That should not be happening. It should not be happening. And the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward was not censured, not removed, and she should. And citing violence, asking what you gonna do. That's not professional. That lacked decorum. That's not behavior becoming of a council person, a council president. Shame on her.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose the resolution to remove Miss Billy Dansler from the Ethics and Accountability Board. The resolution, which proposes the scheduling of a public hearing for Ms. Dansler's removal, is a gross misuse of taxpayers' dollars to retain outside counsel for a baseless and unjust campaign initiated by the council president. From my perspective, Ms. Dansler has been persistently targeted and harassed by the council president at every meeting she attends. At the most recent council meeting, the council president wrongly accused Ms. Dansler of disrupting the meeting. This unfolded accusations led to an emotional outburst by Ms. Dansler, who was subsequently escorted out. It is my belief that Ms. Dansler, her reaction was justified, given the continuous baiting and singling out by the council president. When an individual is repeatedly harassed, they have every right to defend themselves. As a council member, I find it appalling that our leadership would engage in such actions instead of focusing in on the critical issues and the business at hand of this city. Our duty is to serve our constituents, not to harass and antagonize them for exercising their right to freedom of speech and expression. This resolution is nothing more than a retaliatory attempt by the council president against a resident who has every right to participate in these council meetings. She has every right to be there. Every resident here has every right to be here. And you shouldn't have to come here and be harassed, singled out, antagonized, and intimidated. So I will not be supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. So it's unfortunate that when we play a video, we need the whole widescreen played because it looks like people forgot to show our colleague in the 8th ward, and we asked him now. Oh, he's not here. Have been vacant for several meetings, but when he got up and he jumped at me. Who will let? So.
Please pause the time.
It's on video.
Please, I am going to bring the entire audience to order. Stop yelling out. Everyone has a right to speak during their time to speak. Everyone else spoke and no one was interrupted. Allow her time to speak and do not interrupt her with your yelling. Continue, Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. And this is the same colleague that referred to me as the monkey on council. And so, whenever we try to spin a narrative, let's go ahead and just stand on the truth because it is what it is. And then when we talk about, again, we got to stay focused here. That's the issue. We don't focus on the main thing. And we're talking about Ms. Dansler. So I'm just going to get off me. The video is online, unedited, if the public is interested in seeing it. But let's see. This right here is exactly why. One of the many reasons. Because Ms. Danzler has been reported to the Ethics Accountability Board for this egregious behavior on several times, several occasions. Several. She's been warned by the ENA board. Because when you serve on that board, you're supposed to be representing a high standard. But unfortunately, this hasn't happened. So when Ms. Danzler say that this was not her, and when people say that was not her, and colleagues flat out saw her,
Please pause and pause the time. So we're going to continue. She's going to continue with her video, and you're going to discontinue your disruptive behavior. You don't have to see a video. You hear an audio playing. So, correct. So allow the audio to play. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to stop clapping because you're purposely, that's your first warning. All right? That's your second warning. Please exit. That's your first warning. She knew exactly who I was talking to. That's why she's leaving. Continue her time. What is your point of order?
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
You have to be quiet to hear it.
What is your point of
means
order?
You have to be quiet, Madam Chair.
What is your point of order?
Madam Chair.
Get to your point.
Then you be quiet.
Get to your point.
Be quiet.
Get to your point.
Robert Rules tells you.
Okay.
You have to
And if I
stop.
ask you what your point is,
Madam,
you
I
don't tell
can't
me to be
talk while
quiet.
you're
You get to
talking.
your point.
Madam Chair, you're talking.
Get to your point.
Madam Chair.
Get to your point.
Listen, my point of order is who, because she's rude, who are you talking to? You gave two people clapping. Who are you referring to? I don't know. Who are you referring to?
The person that I was referring to knew I was referring to her, which is why she left.
There were
Continue. 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 You need to put it into your mic. We can't hear you.
So council will remain at ease until Ms. Danzler is removed from the meeting. You started because you assumed that I said something and it didn't come from my mouth because the other side of the room, because he just don't hear what shit. When you start shit with the white boy. And I'll tell you that right there, you start shit with the white boy. You should have said goddamn thing to me. Take that. Okay, this is our Ethics and Accountability Board. Okay, I raised at the moment, and so, and the librarian as well. Absolutely.
So this is what it is. Clearly, when, and hopefully Mr. Brown's taking notes, when people don't like someone, it's not about what's right and what's wrong. It's about who they like. Very well. And when we had evidence of Ms. Danzler, she yelled out, "What presentation?" Seen by two colleagues and also heard on the tape, because everybody wanted to get loud when we had the evidence. And then she started talking about how she's going to beat my ass, whole motherfucking bitch, come from behind the counter. That behavior alone, that you cannot threaten elected officials, and as serving on one of the highest committees within this city, that behavior is not tolerated. So for those that think that's okay, we are going to move forward in civility in these chambers. We let other people speak. We let other people speak. And we are talking specifically about Ms. Dantzler. So that kind of behavior, that kind of language is not tolerable of someone appointed to that high ethical board. So therefore, that's why Ms. Dantzler is getting removed.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, for someone, I served on the Charter Commission, and I remember when we were creating the Ethics and Accountability Board, the discussions that we had, the expectations that we had for the Ethics and Accountability Board members, the mission and the goals and the objectives of what that Ethics and Accountability Board will be doing, their responsibility. And I was sitting here thinking about the other Ethics and Accountability Board members, because it's 11 of them. 9 of them are appointed by each council person, and the mayor get 2, and we got 11 because we wanted an odd number, and we also wanted the mayor to be able to add 2 people on the Ethics and Accountability Board. And I was thinking about Joe King that sits on the board, Patrick Julian, Linda Booz, Michael Hutchison, Trishelle Young, these other members that sits on that board. And I was thinking my appointment, Linda Booz, would she come down here to this council chamber and conduct herself in that kind of manner? And 2 wrongs don't make a right. When this situation happened with, this recent situation happened with Liddell and the young lady, I was in the bathroom, but I heard somebody out there screaming. So when I came back out, it was just not a good way to present yourself as an Ethics and Accountability Board member. If somebody make you that mad, you don't turn around and fight fire with fire. And I have always said this, and I will continue to say this: the hostile environment that we are creating and have created within these last couple of years, and I'm not saying council has always been right, but if we don't get a hold to the hostile environment that has been created in this chamber with some of our colleagues, it's going to eventually just go into something totally different than what we want, when we see it happening all over the country. We saw it happen in Washington, D.C. when somebody didn't get elected and wanted to still be elected. That was the icing on the cake. And this just has trickled down to all of these different municipalities, and we need to denounce it. I will continue to speak on it. I will continue to denounce it. The hostile environment that we are creating and have created, if we don't change it, it's going to be pitiful. And this agenda that's added is only to have a public hearing so that we can hear. And as someone who have heard her be disrespectful, not just on that day, but I have heard her where I just thought, I can't believe we got this on the Ethics and Accountability Board, but we do. So because what I've heard over the years, I will be supporting this resolution to hold a public hearing, not to vote whether she right or wrong, because I want to hear both sides. I was trying to listen to the video, but I couldn't because you had people talking. But I just want to hear both sides, and it ain't to remove her, it is to see if she need to be removed.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
What I can appreciate about what the councilman in the 3rd Ward just shared is he spoke some truths. He said in her most recent, now the her there that he was referencing to was not Ms. Dantzler. In her most recent, he also said about fighting fire with fire. Now, which fire needed to be extinguished and by whom? He also said we are creating and have created a hostile. And then he said, counsel has not always been right. So I'm appreciative of the fact that he was honest and transparent, which is what all of us should be. In that, I'm having difficulty identifying one culprit and putting that one person on trial, while not saying there is problem that at least 2 of us agree needs to be addressed. So that said, if we're gonna have public hearings, let's have everybody lined up and speak to who all needs to be addressed publicly, whether you were appointed to a seat or elected to a seat. It's written somewhere where it says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. Now there's a contrast to that also, because it says where the wicked are in authority, the people mourn. I don't want to cast a label on any of us. But then too, you don't have to, because all you got to do is listen to see if people are rejoicing or if people are mourning. I said this in the first or second meeting that I was in. I want to see us do better. And then we can, once we've gotten ours right, then we can say, you, and you can't do that here because of the example that we are setting. So until we are modeling a way, I'm not going to, with a vote, allow any one of us to possess a power to act in a way that is not seeming even of a council. Better is what we all really need to do. And when I say we, I'm talking from the front door to the back door of this chamber, on South Saginaw Street, north to Carpenter Road, south to Hemp Hill, west to Center, east to Center, and west to Miller. We need to do better. And if you're clapping out loud, or if in your heart you know, yeah, he talking about me too, let's do the work.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
I think all my colleagues have all brought up some good points, and we definitely, the process of accountability for everyone has to be the same. And how are we going to hold everyone to those same standards and not just certain individuals? And then we also have to be careful when we are considering hearings to remove someone from their position and making sure that things like that is legal. So I think definitely, like my colleague over in the 9th Ward has said, you know, we definitely want to be fair. I think we all have room to get better, and we have to consider that when we're making this decision or in thinking about removing people.
Are you done? Okay. So I think everyone has had an opportunity to have discussion in the first round. I will take my time before we move to the second round. So this is not something that should be entered into lightly, because one of the only, well, I guess it hasn't happened every single time, but one of the things that I've seen since I've been here this past year is, for the most part, because there have been other times where people have meddled in appointments, for the most part, we do a good job of keeping our noses out of other colleagues' appointments. And so as we journey down this road, one of the things we have to be mindful of is that you open the door for your appointments to also be under a certain microscope. And I do prefer that we respect appointments made by colleagues. I do also want to be very clear that people that are placed on these boards are now at a different standard than an everyday lay citizen. You're not an everyday resident, especially the Ethics and Accountability Board, because the Ethics and Accountability Board is in place to also make determinants for council, make suggestions, I should say, for council and council behavior. And so we cannot ridicule council's behavior and then be on a board that is to make suggestions about what to do with council's behavior when it is not upstanding, and then you be a part of that board and you're acting out in the same behavior that you are trying to say that you're condemning. Now, as far as the incident that occurred, it did not come from the other side of the room. Ms. Danzler did yell out. She was seen yelling out. That is the reality. We keep talking and saying about respect and how council needs to be an example. I agree that council needs to be an example, but for the most part, everyone in this room, with the exception of, I believe there's one young lady who we do need to respect her ears, everyone in this room is an adult and should be able to self-regulate, emotionally regulate, and control yourselves. You don't get to be out of control, and point proven. You don't get to continue to be out of control and sit on a board and proudly scream out the fact that you're sitting on that board, so what, you're behaving like that. That kind of behavior is not okay. I wanted to hear what my colleague in the 6th Ward had to say as far as the video. You give a kudo where a kudo is due. I mean, putting up a video, hey, that's a good move. It does showcase behavior. But what I would like for it to showcase is everyone's behavior in that situation. Everyone's behavior. My colleague was reacting to someone jumping at her. The same man that you're saying that we can pause my time and we can clear the chambers if this is what we think we're going to do. Because I've asked repeatedly for everyone to stop yelling out. When people speak, I do not interrupt. I allow everyone to say what they need to say. There are no interruptions. I just spoke about needing to emotionally regulate and learn how to listen to things you don't want to hear. That's a part of life. You all have been alive long enough to know sometimes in life you're going to hear something you don't want to hear. You know the council rule. You know about being disorderly. And so, sounds amazing. So you can leave because you don't have to be at this meeting or in these chambers. So you can figure that out. You can please start my time. Thank you. Okay, pause it. I mean, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. So we can keep pausing time because I'm going to get my point across. So, yep, so is the person yelling out. Can we start my time, Madam Clerk? Waiting for my colleague to get to a point of what this resolution is about, and that is her appointment and her appointment's behavior. We never got to the point where she defended her appointment's behavior. I'm not shocked because oftentimes my colleague fails to get to the point of what we're supposed to be discussing. So this time was no different from any other time. I allowed a conversation to take place because I assumed it was leading to a real defense for her appointment's behavior. That did not happen. That did not occur. I appreciate my colleague in the 5th Ward for reading her speech excellently. Literacy is important, so thank you for reading a speech. I do want us to be clear, though, that we can read all the speeches we want, we can play all the videos of other people's behavior that we want. The reality is the behavior that came from Ms. Dantzler still stands. It happened. It absolutely happened. I am of the mindset with my colleague in the 3rd Ward, so that maybe when we have this hearing, if it goes to a hearing, someone can actually defend her behavior and talk and speak to her behavior. She can speak to her own behavior. She deserves the right to be able to speak to how she feels and what she feels happened in these chambers. With that said, I am done taking my time.
Madam
We're moving
Chair.
to the 2nd round. Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. This is the chambers of the legislative body for the city of Flint. And it should be respected by all. If we demean these chambers, then we get outlandish behavior, disorderliness, and it becomes commonplace. We will not stand for disorderly behavior from anyone. That includes colleagues, that includes audience members, and that includes appointed board members. We will not. It is important that a standard is held. If you are appointed, you are given the duty to serve, especially to that board. That board should not have any biased members. That members should be able. The members should be able to handle themselves as adults without swearing, provoking individuals to fight. And so, we're not going to belabor this any longer. Call the question.
There's been a call for the question. Is there support?
This is crazy.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by our colleagues in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
I abstain because we should be allowed to finish this out to hear everything, and she's shortening our time because she doesn't want to finish discussing her behavior, which is part of the issue.
Ms. Bichette.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
I abstain because I also feel that we all should have the opportunity to speak from our seat.
Mr. Alamin.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. That call for the question fails. We will move on to round 2. Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Madam Chair.
She's giving me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear because of all the commotion. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine, but Councilwoman in the 6th Ward has the floor.
Madam Chair, can you put up the next, through you, Madam Chair, through the clerk, can you put up the next video?
Okay.
So when they want to talk about me defending, she didn't listen to the last part. You shouldn't have to come here to defend yourself to be a target. She has to hire an attorney like myself. So I know what it feels like to be ganged up on because you're using the city's checkbook to go after people. I understand that. It's not your money. It's not your money. So, Madam Chair, when you get up, we need to play them. We talk about it's okay for the council to cuss and call you bitches. The council president called me a bitch, and I didn't call her one back. I've been called one, when they get upset, but when they don't like it, when they're being called to order their behavior, they don't like it. They don't like it. They talk crazy to people, disrespectful. Councilman Pfeiffer is even here to defend himself. Not even here. This is ridiculous. This council is unfair, but let's play this, because the people who do cuss is on video.
Because you ain't safe. You think you're talking to evil. Do something. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I better stop. What's up? I think so.
Point of order.
Shut up.
No.
Yeah.
What's your point? My thing is, everybody up here is an adult. Everyone should be respected. What's your point? Oh, that was the video. Sometimes, for whatever the reason, along the way in life, people either did not ever the respect adult.
So I don't know what's wrong with the video. It's not playing. But when we have the vice president telling people, "You not safe up here, shut the fuck up," and she wants to give people talks on what they should and should not do, when her behavior has set the precedence along with the council president.
You should you even ask councilman you think. You have to ask him what he thinks, because you can't think for yourself. And the one person that thought for you, God rest his soul, is gone. The one person you're sharing a brain with sitting next to you, now she's gone. And now you have to figure out.
Appointed.
And now, that's okay. I am the appointed vice president of the Flint City Council, someone who stepped up in leadership because you were not bold enough to take the stance, because you needed somebody else to tell you whether or not you could take the position when you were offered a leadership position. So you are welcome that I constantly show you how to think for yourself. I show you how to be a lady. I show you how to be an adult. I show you how to be a leader. You're welcome. You have people who show up to meetings and they do not desire to do anything other than.
So when the vice president.
Request for information. Request for information. I see the lion at the top. Does that come from the same account that send me threatening and harassing emails and messages on Facebook?
Yeah,
that 810 media.
I don't know who you getting your threatening messages from.
Yeah, through those same people with that lion.
What do you mean? Who are I don't even know what
the
you're
same
talking
person.
about.
Oh, we can pull it up. Those
up.
are the same
That's
people.
A TikTok.
So this is biased.
That's a TikTok. This is my time. This is my time. I don't know who that TikTok. I did not do that TikTok. And stop gaslighting this community like somebody threatened you. You are the person who threatens people. I don't know who do that TikTok. So don't go there with that one. Don't do that. But when we have the president and the vice president cussing at people, cussing at their colleagues, but they want to be the moral compass for these council
Is there
chambers.
anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round?
Look, send it to the
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
Listen, this is so high school. This is us going back and he said, she said, we are elected officials. We ought to be up here taking care of business, going through resolutions and taking care of the business and going home. And here we are playing videos, talking about he said, she said. This is so elementary. We either voted up or voted down and move on. But this going after each other and he said, she said, and you called me this and you called me that. I can't even believe we sitting up here having this discussion. I'm just sitting here disgusted that we even here. And I wish we could get the business done, because I came here to take care of business, not go and worry about who said who and who called who what. I don't give a.
Councilman Murphy, please watch your language or you will end up on the big screen.
I said I don't give a.
I said, or you will end up on the big screen.
I'm saying I said what I said.
Or you will end up on the big screen.
I stopped and you didn't hear nothing else. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm talking. I'm making a point. I could continue on and say some words, but I'm not. I know what I'm doing. If you allowed me the space and an opportunity to speak and finish my thought, I know what I'm doing. I said this is so elementary. What part y'all didn't understand? I'm done.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
You know, any other city where this behavior was condoned, it's outrageous. I have been to city council meetings otherwhere where they would have had everybody thrown out. But the fact of the matter is that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a member of the Ethics and Accountability Board and their behavior. We're not talking about city council's behavior. There's a method. Shush up and let me talk. Pause my time.
Please pause her time.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point? There is someone over there that keeps yelling out.
Yeah. Thank you. Officers, could we please emerge to the front, because this disruption is continuous. So your presence is needed to come to the front. As well as, and Sergeant Villarreal, it'll be very helpful if we can come over here as well.
Can we please make sure, because there's a voice that keeps yelling out over there, and they need to stop all the yelling out. Continue, Councilwoman Priestley.
You know, our conversation isn't for the audience. Our conversations are to ourselves, to this body. We don't need to play to them. We need to talk to ourselves. We're debating among ourselves. What this resolution is for an opportunity for us to find out what happened and for a person who is accused of this to defend herself. That's all it is. I don't care who appointed whom. Behavior is on the Ethics and Accountability Board is almost everything that's, you've got to be held to a high standard. We're elected. If you don't like us, recall us. But we have, and the charter provides for removal of, ma'am, I would like to give this person who's standing up and using her hands?
Go ahead, Judy. Ma'am, can you please, I don't even know what she's doing. Go ahead.
So, if the Ethics and Accountability Board is that ethics. If you come to council and act like that, then should you be on that board? I am not necessarily for or against removing that person. I want to hear the defense and I want to hear the prosecution. That's what it is. That's what it is. Point. And that's what I'm going to vote on. I do know that this person has been warned by the board several times on her behavior. And it's our duty, since we are the ones who approved the appointment, to make sure that the people on that board are the right ones. I've been trying to fill that position, that board, for 2.5 years. I even called Kate Fields and asked her to serve on that board, and nobody from my ward wants it. I don't have any animosity towards her.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to have the floor in the second round. Excuse me, sir, in the striped shirt. Please don't yell "shut up" here. All righty. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat.
I'm sorry, hold on, Madam Clerk. This is the vote to schedule, to send Resolution 240235, which is a scheduling of a public hearing removal for cause, Ethics and Accountability Board member Billy Danzler to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Mr. Alamin.
Abstain.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yep.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. That resolution, that motion to send it to council has failed. Is there another motion? Is there another motion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
make a motion to send 240168 to council.
There is a motion to send 240168 to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to Fire Chief Wiggins, Fire Chief Wiggins.
You're asking for the floor? Okay.
Yep.
Is he here? He is. Excuse me, Fire Chief, will you join us at the lectern, please? I don't think he is.
Chief Wiggins, because the clock is a ticking, and so I want to ask you, with the open burn, do you have any concerns with the open burn, with changing this, with staffing? Are you for this? What is with staffing? Summertime, people like to burn and have bonfires. My concern was, and I have received complaints from residents who have said they were concerned, they were not for it, and that they did not support this because they didn't believe that people would just burn is it seasoned wood? And what is your?
Madam, as I was walking up, AC Dumas was bothering me, and I didn't get all the gist of what you were saying. Can you repeat?
I can. So residents with this open burn, this is the amendment for pollution control.
Yes, ma'am.
With having your fire department, I know you've had some challenges keeping up. You have an arsonist, 1, 2, or 3 of them, and they seem to be, they're running around with gasoline and matches, it seems like. And so would this put a strain on you? Residents have complained or have expressed their concerns. I like a bonfire, but it's been in a country. And because of the close proximity of the homes in Flint, that is a concern that they have expressed. And this is from all over Flint, not just my ward, that people have contacted me in regards to this, having the open, being able to burn. What are your thoughts? Would this put a strain on your staffing? Are you in support of this? I know you're chasing fires. They lighten Stewart School on fire every 2 days, it seems like, or one of the public schools. If you can tell me, what are your thoughts in regards to this?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. It's a good question. Flint has about 80,000 residents, and believe it or not, probably 25 to 30,000 burn on a regular basis. Now, this is not a bonfire. A bonfire is a large fire. This is an open pit, as you would in your backyard as you were barbecuing, and many people, without an ordinance, burn every night. This is just to give them regulations on what they're burning and how to burn and how to extinguish it. But it happens all the time.
So you're saying we already have a problem that they're already burning?
It's not a problem if they're burning the right way. If a resident is in their backyard minding their own business and have a 2 foot in diameter pit in their ground and they're burning seasoned dry wood, that's not a problem. That's no more than what you would burn in your regular fireplace. But if they're burning wires or garbage, then that's a problem because it does get in other people's window. But people actually enjoy sitting in their backyard burning. A lot of people are from the South. They do that all the time. They brought that same culture up here. And as long as it's done in moderation in the right way, the fire department has not a problem.
So if you have a call and someone's burning something and it's not seasoned wood, let's say paper, which will create much more smoke, and you have to send out a truck, what is your process? Do you ticket them because they're coming out? What is your process if it's not seasoned wood and a rig is dispatched?
We walk to the property, to the back of the property, and turn the hose on and put it out.
Okay. And so are you charging this? Are they charged for that call?
If it becomes a regular thing.
Do they get like 1, 2, or 3 warnings, or is there a process? Because some people may not know that you can't do it or how to do it. So is the first time a warning, or is it the second time, or do we have that in? I don't think that's in here, is it? Maybe the first time a warning, and is it a ticket?
Yes, actually, nuisance burning is in our master fee schedule. And when that happens, we send them a bill.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I forgot I had an amendment to this motion, to this resolution. So if our clerk could pass out the amendment to the ordinance, the amended resolution. So she just had a whole round. I make a motion, well,
You just gotta wait. She just have to do her second round.
Yeah. No, I got the first round.
No, I'm saying her though. You let her talk her whole first round and she didn't have this information.
And I'm sorry. Because it's an amendment, she'll have another round to just talk on it. Short amendment. They clarified some things.
The ticketing?
The tickets are in, but we also have, also the clerk is passing out the administrative code that is still under draft. of how they're gonna handle things. And,
I don't like getting this right.
will we also get this in an email?
Yeah, I don't, this needs to go back.
I think you want to send it to an email? Mr. Kim will send it in an email.
Councilmember, which document are you looking for in an email?
The ordinance, I think.
The ordinance?
Send both of them,
Okay.
please. My time didn't start. I'll wait. Just a second. Wait until somebody's here. Okay. All right. So the council has a copy of the ordinance, the amended motion. So I make a motion to amend the ordinance that is proposed to what was presented to us just now from the clerk. And I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Kim, can you explain what's changed between what's in the packet and what's in the proposed amendment?
Sure. We revised all the revisions here. Let me call this up again. Okay, in the ordinance that proposed amendment that Councilmember Priestley submitted, the main changes from the original are contained in B4, where we added that basically the written approval of the fire chief was required, and then kind of broke up how some additional requirements. That written approval is essentially explicit permitting authority for the fire department under the fire chief's authority to issue permits for fire pits here in the city. And then because questions were asked by various council members the last time this was under discussion, the draft rules that you have are, again, they're just a draft at this point. They're still still being developed by the fire chief and staff from the law department. But those are essentially the initial draft of regulations that basically would apply to how people can use fire pits, and then also how the permitting process itself will work. Does that answer your questions there?
Yes. I mean, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, Fire Chief Wiggins, I came to you before we even just brought anything in writing. What do you think about fire pits? You said, you think we should, what did you say to me? Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with fire pits.
Right.
People are burning as we speak.
Yep.
In their yards, and if it's seasoned dry wood and they're enjoying themselves, we don't have a problem with it. If it's in a 2-foot diameter pit and they're burning seasoned dry wood, it's no difference than burning in your barbecue pit.
Right, and I know that I have a neighbor who constantly is asking me to call on burning issues, but it's wire or brush.
Right.
And so that's not going to be allowed under this, and they have to be contained. And so that was my big question, and also under the regulations, you know, we would set a fee for a permit that would be good for the entire year, and it says in here April 1st.
Excuse me, it wouldn't be for an entire year. We don't want them burning in the wintertime.
No, April 1st till September 30th. I was just clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing I would change on this, and that we'll discuss this, because this is the administrative part of it, is the hours.
Yes.
Go a little later, maybe. But that's a thing that can be discussed with other people and other input. But it's very clear right now, if you have a fire pit, you can't use it. Legally, you can't use it. And if a neighbor is mad at you, they can call and fire department comes out and puts it out. And you know, ever since when I found out that I couldn't have a fire pit, I haven't had, my fire pit so got wood in it that we burned out, and it's been sitting there since before I was elected. So that is my time. And so I make a motion to amend Resolution 240168 to the handout. And I so move.
There has been an amended motion on the floor to amend Ordinance 240168. Resolution 240168 to the resolution that we have before us. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. So, and this is where right now we would just be voting on amending the wording that we have to the wording that we were just given. It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
So do people have to pay now to burn? So if we approve this, move this forward, do they gotta go and pay a fee now? Can they just go burn in their backyard, or now do they gotta come down here and get a permit?
They should come down to the fire department and obtain a permit. We were looking at maybe $20 for a permit. That's for like 3 months. And the fire chief reserves the right to revoke that permit. If we get complaints from the neighbors, we have the right to revoke that permit if they're burning stuff that they shouldn't be burning, or the hours of burning is not right, then we can revoke it.
All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
through you to the speaker. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Currently, we don't have the permit requirement. Is that correct?
There's no permit available now to burning in a fire pit.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Have you all already developed the application process, or is there a process, or is it just I come bring, for example, you said $20. I bring my $20, no questions, no other questions asked, or what?
No, sir. If they come and bring their $20, once this approved, then we will go through a check sheet with that person.
Okay.
And they will sign that check sheet knowing how to put a fire out, how to start it, and what to burn.
Okay.
And if that's not adhered to, we will revoke their permit.
Okay. And we're not doing necessarily any site visits. It'll be just primarily that tutorial, I'll call it, that you go through with your checklist.
We will have their address and phone number, and we reserve the right to stop by and see what they're doing.
Okay. But
And
that's
that
not an upfront thing necessarily. That won't be a requirement that we come out and inspect, or that you have to bring pictures of your backyard, or?
No, no, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor for discussion? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Chief Wiggins. Chief Wiggins, so when did this is something new, right?
The wanting to issue a permit for these folks that enjoy burning, it may be new in terms of giving them a permit, but people burn all the time.
Right. Right, so I'm not understanding. If they're burning all the time anyway, as it stands right now today,
Point of information.
why are we coming
Please stop
up
her
with-
time. What is your point of information, colleague in the 4th Ward?
Did you know that it's specifically banned right now? unless you're burning with, cooking with propane or charcoal.
Please start our time.
So basically, this is a new procedure, whereas we're gonna start, having people to come and get permits to burn,
Yes, ma'am.
like a fire pit.
And I would add, Councilwoman, that it is a way for us to regulate what a lot of people are doing already.
Okay,
And besides, in the year when it gets to be a drought, we can cancel all the burning. Now we can't do that.
okay,
When it becomes weather crazy, tornado permit, we can cancel the burning until set times.
okay. And you know what? I had a situation where someone was burning, they were burning, I don't know what they were burning, but it was an open fire.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what they were burning. But the lady in back of them, she has asthma. And so it was messing with her asthma, and she was complaining. She couldn't go outside and stuff. We need to we need to figure out too, they can't just, I know they have to burn seasoned firewood, but people are just burning anything.
Some are.
Yeah. So, but this brings back, how are you guys gonna regulate it? Are you gonna be out driving around and?
Well, for instance, if that lady behind the fire is having asthma problems and she calls, then we have that person possibly that have that burning permit, and we'll go out and cancel it.
Okay.
Because we know who they are and where they are.
Yeah, that might be that should be a good thing, because there are several instances like that. Particularly, in my ward.
Yes, ma'am.
I smell it all the time, the burning of the open fires. Okay. I guess my thing too is, we just got this. I would like to read over this. So I'm gonna make an amended motion on top of an amended motion to, and first, Chief, when do you need this?
I'm in no hurry. I'm in no hurry for any of this. I just want to explain it to you all.
Because, we need to be able to read over this.
Absolutely.
We just got this information.
Absolutely.
So I would like to make an amended motion to send this back to committee, to governmental operations, or legislative.
And Councilwoman,
committee.
if I may add, all of our sister cities in this area has the same the same document, basically.
I made a motion, Madam Chair.
There is a motion on the floor. Oh, wait, because we're still voting to amend it first. We got to take the amended language first.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then.
Yeah. Yep, because we're still in the middle of voting for the amendment. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in the first round about voting to amend the language?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I'm really torn with this, because I've had the benefit of, in the country where you burn, but you living on the 2 or 3 acres, as opposed to right next to someone in the house. If my neighbors scream or talk loud, I can hear them. And the close proximity, I am very concerned with. And the windy days, how do we inform residents that we get that information out, that there's a no burn? How do we get that out to where they won't, do it. I get that they already doing it, but is this the remedy for doing it, that we're gonna collect $20? Because if they burning now, they gonna still burn. I mean, without paying $20 and having to go to the fire station.
Point of order.
What is your
There's
point?
so much noise at the back that I cannot hear what's going on.
Oh, okay. Can the people that are in the back please quiet down? Thank you.
So I'm not convinced that a $20 fee is going to be, and registering is going to stop it. People who are going to burn are going to burn. I'm concerned, how do we get it out for no burn? And how do they understand? It's almost like we need to do like a public service announcement, which costs the city more money. This is the when you can burn. You can only burn between the months of April 1st and September 30th. What if you want to burn in the winter? We got snow on the ground. Why can't you? I mean, and some people like to do that. So I don't even know if that really makes sense. Some people like a open fire. I mean, they'll put on their winter stuff, and not like I do it, but I've seen it. My children have been to where they have pits, or it's landscaped into the landscaping of the yard. And so I don't know. I'm gonna with that, when Councilman Winfrey Carter puts that on here, I'm probably going to support to send this, but I think to go back to legislative, because I'm just not convinced. And if we ain't doing nothing to the people already burning, don't pay your $25 or $35. They're gonna keep doing it.
We are doing something.
What are you doing?
We put the fires out, and if it's a nuisance, we write them a ticket.
Okay, but you still have that authority with the permit. I mean, if we do this, if someone calls in, you can still put the fire out and still write a ticket. So where's the big difference at? If I call in and say, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter's got a fire and it's coming in my window, it's the same with the issue, because it's gonna still be a nuisance fire. Whether we have a $20 permit fee or not. I mean, so I don't like getting things at the very last minute. And I really consider, when you do burn right next door, it comes in your windows.
Absolutely. When you start your car, it comes in that window. When you barbecue, it comes in that window. That's why our regulations are seasoned dry wood is what you would put in a regular fireplace, and that is the limit of what you can burn in your backyard.
Yeah, but it is not the duty. You're sparsely, you have with having enough staff that we should begin to go check fire pits. That's just probably not a good priority for me when I look at you're browning out fire stations because we don't have enough people to man them. And adding an extra burden for me to the fire department because people can get fire pits, or you're saying they already have them, but they'll be able to legally burn by paying a $20 fee. I'm gonna support when it goes back. I have to wrap my head around this. I understand the enjoyment. If you put money into your yard, you want a nice fire pit, you want to enjoy it, but there's gonna be some abusers. And that's just gonna happen. And I wish we had gotten this before 20 minutes ago. And also, the residents should have gotten a copy of this. Whatever we have, they should have as they're reading to go along. They should have it. Because this affects them, as well. And I'm gonna tell you, I like a fire pit, I do. And I like all the junk mail. When you live in the country, you can throw the junk mail in there because they fill up our boxes with it. We can't do that here. So I'm really not that fond of this. But anyways, I'm gonna let, Madam Chair, I'm done with the floor, and I think Councilman Winfrey Carter was needed next.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may, for the record, just to let the public know, we did put copies of the amended version that Ms. Priestley was talking about. We took it to the back as soon as she brought it from the floor. So there are versions at the back for the public.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in this round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
To the chief, did I hear you correctly? Did you say this ordinance is the standard for other cities, neighboring cities and so forth?
I said that our sister cities around us have the same ordinance of burning pits, small burning pits. I'm saying Grand Blanc, Burton, Flushing, all of those have allowances for burning pits in your backyard.
Okay, and do we have any like data to see what kind of results with this ordinance in place that those surrounding sister cities have from executing this ordinance?
No, sir, we did no data in checking those cities to see how good or bad it is, but they've had them for years. And as I say, people burn all the time right now as we speak. People got a fire in their backyard.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is anyone else who would like the floor in this round of discussion?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
So you go to Home Depot, you want a fire pit, doesn't say anything, burning is illegal in the city of Flint. It is right now illegal, but people are doing it. This just makes that legal, because people do enjoy it. And I know when I lived in Flushing Township, we wanted to have a fire. We went down to City Hall, or Township Hall, got a permit, and it was good all year. But what difference between that and here is because it's more rural, that we burned brush. That's what we needed the fire pit for, was for burning brush. And that was acceptable. We're not allowing that here.
No.
And, we're sitting there saying, yeah, they do it already. So your neighbor gets mad, we send out the fire department. Hey, we know that you can't be burning now. So you're not allowed to have a fire, so I'm gonna call cops on you, or the fire department on you, and they're gonna come out. So this hopefully will reduce those calls. And we can use the mayor's system. If there is a burning ban, we can use the mayor's system to send out texts to those people on that list, or the entire city. You would have email addresses, you can send out a mass email. Having in this day and age, there is no reason not to be able to contact people and tell them there's a order to stop burning. Especially if there's a ban statewide, fire hazard, drought.
Correct.
So, I know people in the city who have fire pits and use them. They're following all these regulations, or everything that's in both of these documents, except for, well, not the fire department ones, but the ordinance already. We're just codifying it. That's all we're doing. We're we're doing something that people are already doing that is not legal in the city, and saying, okay, you can do it now without any fear of retribution. And this is the third reiteration of this ordinance. And I appreciate you and Attorney Kim for continuing to tweak this. When I gave him the list, I said, this is what I want to not have, and this is what I want. And I had looked at many cities' ordinances on fire pits before I took it to, I sent it to you and to Attorney Kim.
Yes,
and said,
ma'am.
what do you think of these?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've been involved in the process right from the beginning.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much. I yield my time.
I thank you, Councilwoman in the second ward. You are the only person left to not use time on this, and I want to keep it in mind that this is simply to accept the amended language. Would you like your time? All righty. I only need about 2 seconds of my time to say this again, that this is simply a vote to accept the amended language. So we're voting right now to accept the language that we were just given, that is in front of us, and that changes the language that is on the agenda resolution. That's it, that's all, that's what this vote is about. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so, this now becomes a .1, correct? So we have, I'm sorry, what was that? Yes, okay. And so now I will entertain a motion for Resolution 240168.1.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward.
I would like to make an amended,
Just send it somewhere.
I would like to send the resolution to the Legislative Committee.
Support.
There's been a motion to send Resolution 240168.1 to Legislative Committee by Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, and it has been properly supported by Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing as how there is no discussion, Madam Clerk, this is the roll call vote to send this to Legislative.
Mr. Alamin,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
You might want to send it, Judy. You might want to send it.
Ms. Priestley,
Might want to send it.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Resolution 240168.1 has been sent to Legislative.
Madam Chair,
We've come to the end of the agenda for special affairs. I did hear the councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
make motion to adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn.
So move.
It has been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Alamin. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 8:10 p.m. on Monday, June 10th. I call this Special Affairs Committee meeting to adjournment.
Yeah, so like, we can wait like 5 minutes, then we can roll. She came here clapping for that bullshit. The time is now 8:16, and the city council meeting will be starting immediately. Please, all council members, take your seats. Thank you. The time is now 8:18, and the Flint City Council meeting is now called to order. Oh, Madam Clerk, where, Madam Clerk? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Jarrett? Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
Sorry. You have 8 members present?
We have 8 members present. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Priestley, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So now it's time for the prayer of blessing. But before we do that, we would like to take a moment of silence to honor anyone that have transitioned. Does anyone have anyone they would like to honor at this time? All right, seeing none, I would like to give a special moment of silence to Mr. Major Zamel Bogard. That's Mr. Major Zamel Bogard. And we will start the moment of silence now. Okay. Now we will have our blessing, and the Councilwoman of the 7th Ward, could you please lead the council in the blessing?
If all minds are clear, Heavenly Father God, we come to you now, and first and foremost, just thank you for allowing us all to live to see another day. Thank you for watching over us and keeping us safe and protected throughout the night. We ask that you would watch over everyone in these chambers, Lord God, as we return to our respective homes, Lord God. We thank you, Lord God, that we're able to gather here tonight and uplift your kingdom and uplift your people. We ask that we would move in a spirit of respect and that all would be heard and all would be respected. We thank you. We ask that you would watch over those families who have lost loved ones, Father God, that you would comfort and keep them, that you would watch over those who are currently sick and shut in, Lord God, that you would please heal them. It is in the mighty name of Jesus we thank you and we pray, amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes? Okay, I heard the councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anyone here who was supposed to speak on behalf of any of these resolutions. We don't want to belabor them being here if they're here now to speak.
It is.
There is.
What resolution is that?
It is Resolution 240227 for the Faith Foundation Resources.
240227?
Yes.
Well, then I request that we move 240227 to the top of resolutions.
Okay, very good.
Is there anyone else here to speak to a resolution?
All right.
All right, if there is no one else here to speak to a resolution, then I am done with my changes.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we will move on to the public hearing. And this public hearing is for, ordinance 240191, an ordinance to amend Chapter 31, General Offenses, Code of Ordinances by amending Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons. And please note that this shall become effective 30 days after enactment, So now we will proceed with the public hearing. So this public hearing is now underway. First speaker for the public hearing regarding the Chapter 31 Offense Code Ordinance. And please note, we must be germane to the public hearing. And if not, then your time will be relinquished. So please proceed. First speaker.
You just walk up to the microphone if you want to speak in the public hearing.
And again, we want to make sure that we're speaking exclusively to the resolution 240191.6.
Are you through yet, lady? My name is Ira Earl Mitchell, and I'm speaking on the situation you try to point somebody out, and you didn't know what you was doing, and just because you was getting anyway. In that, they talk about that fire chief talking about trying to figure out a way to burn people's up.
Ariel, so you're not being germane. This is exclusively talking about the public hearing, the resolution 240191.6, amending the section 3110.
What? Davina Hallway.
Anyone else for this public hearing? Seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. So now. So now we're moving on to public hearing 240192.6.
I was grabbing the ordinance. I didn't see the ordinance back there. I had to find the ordinance.
So now we move on to 240192.6.
I said, hold on.
And this is a public hearing for ordinance number 240192, an ordinance to amend chapter 46
Point
utilities.
of order.
What is your point?
Back there to get the ordinance.
Madam Chair, he was getting the ordinance. You didn't hear him say, "I want to speak"? You didn't hear him?
No.
I did not.
He said
No.
he wanted to speak.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Woodson, please utilize your time during public comments.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Usually, you say
3 times.
Public hearing. Does anyone want to speak? 1 time. Then does anyone want to speak? 2nd time. And then you close it. You didn't do that. Allow people to get up.
Thank you,
and say
Ms.
that they
Thank you,
wanna
Ms. Winfrey
speak.
Carter. I did exactly that. So as we will go on, we're on to public hearing
Hey, I said, hold on,
240192.6. And that's talking specifically about the utilities article. So please proceed.
You know what? You're a dumbass, man, for real. I said, man, that I wanted to speak back.
Mr. Wilson, being a dumbass is not a part of this ordinance, please, let's be germane.
Yeah, y'all got to vote on it, dumbasses. I'm serious, man. Try to come up in here with a nice attitude, but your big moose ass and shit.
Okay,
serious,
okay, Mr. Wilson, that is your
I'm
time. You're not
saying-
speaking
I'm
to the
saying,
ordinance.
about
We're going to
the
move on
ordinance.
with the next public speaker. Thank you. Anyone
Can't
else
stop
would
me
like
from
to
speaking,
speak?
man. You can't stop me.
Anyone else would like to speak?
You can't stop me from speaking.
Okay, ma'am, with the brown purse, please proceed to the lectern.
You can't stop me. from
Mr.
speaking.
Woodson, you've been asked to be germane, and saying moose ass is not a part of it, so please remove yourself from the lectern. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I still call you a moose ass.
Mary Wright, 228 West Patterson. I came up here to set the record straight. Y'all accusing Billy,
Ma'am,
lying, talking about this disorderly conduct.
Ma'am, this
Y'all
is the
threw her
public
out for
speaking. This is a
disorderly
public hearing.
conduct.
This is a public hearing. This is not public speaking.
This ain't about disorderly conduct.
No. Ms. Priestley.
So can we have it repeated? Which one are we talking about? Which public hearing ordinance?
Okay. So again, we're on public hearing 240192.6, a public hearing dealing with amending chapter 46 utilities. Proceed, Mr. Muhammad.
So did we finish up with the one for 191? I thought we were still on 191.
No.
I thought we were still on
We're not.
191 because I thought it was understood that.
It's not
191
understood.
9191 was never closed out properly because you didn't give those orders, the whatever that was. But we didn't ever hear you read this on the 192. We only heard you read on the 191. So when you want to talk about this, let's talk about what it is that has happened. You didn't give us a chance to read on the disorderly conduct, and nobody knew that you had moved on to the other one. This is why they were speaking on the 191, not the 192. We didn't hear you go on to 192. No one heard that. We only heard you speak on and say 191 and read that ordinance. Point 6, that was it.
So,
And then even the conversation you had with your colleague up there with Jerry Winfrey Carter, you never even went on to this
Miss-
other one and
Miss
read it.
Muhammad?
So are this the one that you're going on? Are you going to read it? 'Cause we didn't read it.
240-192.6.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Madam Chair, would it be at minimum fair to allow for these speakers to go back to the last resolution?
So just to let you know, requests for information are to be used for your next vote. So that's the improper use. And back to what we were saying, according to public hearing, we closed it. The chair asked 3 times. So now we are on the public
I
hearing.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
Point of order.
What is your point? What is your point, Mr. Murphy?
In all due respect, when you did the first public hearing, ordinance number 240191.6, if you go back and play the tape, you did not say it 3 times. Normally, when
And give me my time back. My time back, 3 minutes.
when we do public hearings, we do 1, 2, and 3. You only did it once, and I'm sitting here next to you. But if you want to, we could go back and play the tape, and I'll stand to be corrected. I do believe you should allow Art Woodson, and me and him don't always agree, but I believe you should have allowed him to speak on the public hearing, because this public hearing is dealing with a disorderly person, assault, which is very critical to a lot of people, and I don't agree with how you closed out the first one, and I agree with my colleague in the 9th Ward.
Well, that's well and good, but again, if the audience was in order, then they would have heard it as well as yourself. The chair announced that 3 times. So with that being said, we're going to proceed with the public hearing, 240192.
I want to reclaim my time. It's only at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We deserve our 3-minute reclaim our time. I'll wait till they get it changed over.
Ms. Muhammad, if you're going to speak about the public...
Are we going to give me back my 3 minutes?
If you're going to speak about the resolution
Regardless of which one I
240-192.6.
speak about, I should have my 3 minutes.
Okay, so again...
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
No. We'll give her back her time, but we just want to be clear that when your time is reset, you're speaking about the public
Okay, you're
hearing
not talking to a
for
child.
utilities.
Just give me back my 3 minutes.
So, go ahead, get her time, and proceed.
So, when we start to talking about this, let's read it out. At public hearing of ordinance number 240192, an ordinance to amend chapter 46 utilities, article number 2, water supply and sewage disposal system by the addition of division 5, replacement of lead service lines. Note, this ordinance shall become effective 30 days after. Come on, y'all know y'all ain't did what you're supposed to do with the service lines. If we're gonna do an ordinance and say it, make sure that you at least factual and make sure that our lead service lines have all been replaced. They haven't even all been dug up. None of them have. And then you want to go up on the water rates, and we ain't even got clean water. The 5 of y'all who voted for the water rates to be raised should be shamed of yourself. Well, we know it's business got to get taken care of in the city, but that ain't the way you do it, by pimping the citizens of the city. So if you're going to do it, let's take care of the business at hand. Make sure you take care and make sure everybody's lines is replaced. Cutting off folks' water because you want to make sure that you want to get a whole lot of money for water that we can't even hardly use. I use more water in my house than normal because I had to have a whole house filtration system that removed the junk and the filth that's in the water. My filters are filthy, full of all kind of copper, lead, pharmaceuticals. Y'all getting high off y'all water and you don't even know it. This is a shame that y'all want to keep continuously pimping the citizens of Flint. We paying you for what? To keep taking money out of our pockets? And y'all have the ability, had the ability to lower our water rates. So while you want to sit up and talk about this ordinance and making it water supply and sewage disposal, we spend all this ridiculous amount of money, even if you don't even turn on your faucet or flush your toilet. You still paying a high water rate. Y'all should just be shaming yourselves. Just shame. It don't make no sense. The citizens getting talked to like we some stupid ass children. Yes, I said it, and I meant it, because we sick and tired of being talked to like we some children, and you poisoning us the whole entire time. Constantly being poisoned. Rashes, I could tell when my filter getting bad. My skin start breaking out. My baby skin start breaking out. And y'all want to go up on the water rates and ain't even made sure. Hold them folks accountable. Every single one that's sitting at the back table, downstairs, wherever they sitting, hold them accountable. Make them go ahead and do it, because we already know we going into state receivership because they coming in here to do it themselves.
Next speaker on public hearing.
I don't even need 3 minutes for this. Mr. Jared, I ask you to do me a favor. Can you please write a resolution taking $22 million of those Harper funds and stabilizing our water fund? It can be done, and it is possible. It should have been done 2 years ago. But that never became a conversation. Still ain't a conversation. And I want to see what 5 is going to vote to really step up and do something for the citizens of Flint. And now I'm finna be ungermane. Miss Mary was the one that made that comment that you accused Billy of. Thank
you. Next public speaker.
I'm back. Since you want to be slick and we got to talk about utilities, why don't y'all hold y'all buddy, Mayor Neely, accountable for not getting those water lines done? That's why our water rates got to be raised. Tell the truth. And also, because he didn't get the doggone water done, lines, y'all raising the consumers. Property, street maintenance, that's utilities. That's utilities, look it up. But I'm going to get your next comment. Next public speaker. And Elamine, I ain't forgot about you either. But you keep on coming around and doing the right thing, okay? All right. And take them partitions down, because I want to look in your face. I want you to see my sign say, Poppycock. Poppycock. You trying to be good tonight, ain't you?
Thank you, ma'am.
I got time. You get out of here.
Let be germane. It's not about Poppycock. Come on.
This is utilities. You quit cutting people off. Then you can hear what we can say.
Again,
quit being the bully.
The chair is bringing you to order again.
If you quit interrupting me, if you quit interrupting me, I could stand here and just look at you. But no, I don't want to do that. Like I say, utilities. Y'all are fleecing the city of Flint, stealing that money, That's Benjamin, because that's why I can't pay my utilities. Y'all done stole the ARPA money to put people out of their house. Now they got a landlord because you stole the ARPA money that could have paid their water bill and their property taxes. Yeah, let's talk utilities. You hear me? Now you don't want to look. Oh, you got ears. I see you. But you know what? I just can't wait. Ooh, Liddell going to jail.
Next public speaker.
No, I want all my time back. I hadn't started talking, please. I ask you to do that. Thank you. So on resolution 240192, it's got the mayor's name on here. And then the last page, it says, the ordinance shall become effective 30 days after enactment. I really think this is punitive. I really think that you're pushing lead on us. Our behavior probably is because of the lead in the water. The other thing I want to talk about, the other item I want to talk about is, it's very confusing. I'm 80 years old. It's very confusing. Do I sign a paper 2 times at night, or do I walk up here and speak openly? That needs to be clarified clearly. If you want to do an ordinance, I want the clerk to make sure that that's understood clearly. And you can trick on us, the 191. I'm telling you, the lead in the water is affecting the 191, 240191. That's what you don't want to talk about because you violated, you initiated, you have lead. You need to be tested. Leon Elamine, you know we should have had a right to speak on that. Quincy tried, you could have supported him. You would have had enough people to do it. You just have to step on her lead toes. You have to do it. You have to do it. But no, you won't do it. And then Judy, every week, nobody likes me. I wonder why. I wonder why. But it is a confusing process. You have really confused the process. It has to be simplified. It's got to be simplified. And I expect the council to help us simplify this. You have a problem at this level with assault, battery, and disorderly persons. It's on that side, not this one. And you won't stand up to it. So whether you look at me or not, it's a fact. You are disorderly, assault and battery the people. Repeatedly. And you want to let the mayor do 240192 on the citizens? Lead's in the water. You don't talk about the pipes. You don't even talk about the water. Once each council meeting. The whole evening, you don't even talk about it. You won't talk about it. Shame on you. Shame on you for even letting this come forward. That's right. Shame on you. Look. That's my reaction.
Madam Chair.
Next public speaker.
Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Madam Chair.
Point of order. I heard a point of order from Ms. Burns first. I heard Ms. Burns first. Go ahead, Ms.
I think you had me beat, Judy.
Okay, it's just all cell phones should be silenced based on council rules, and I'm hearing phones ringing.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. So please, according to council rules, let's make sure that all cell phones are silenced, please. Go ahead. What's your point of order, Ms. Burns?
My point of order is, according to the charter, page 28, when we have introduction of resolutions or also ordinance section D, under section 3-02, D states, it goes into, and if you go on the back, when it goes into public hearings, section C, it states that, section 3-303 of the Flint City Charter, page 29,
It states, all interested persons shall have an opportunity to be heard for a public hearing. That was denied. And so I would implore you, Madam Chair, to go back to here, because I did not hear it but one time, and in the most I've heard someone that I think she may have said it twice. So I don't want you to be in violation of the charter, because you had interested people, which were clearly lined up, who wanted to speak on the disorderly. And when
thank you, Ms.
I'm not done, because I'm reading, I'm not done, Madam Chair. And so with that being on page 29, and also because we're changing an ordinance, which is section 3-302, that when you hold that hearing. So you are going to be in violation, and we need to let the people speak so we can be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burns. I wish this same charter violation energy was there for the budget. However, the chair gave 3 times. The chair gave 3 times for individuals to approach the lectern. And so the chair closed that meeting, so therefore, since the meeting was closed, no one can speak after the meeting. So we're going to proceed. Okay, thank you, ma'am. No yelling out, though. So you're being brought to order.
Madam Chair.
So we're going to move on with the next speaker. Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Next speaker, please.
Request for information. I'm sorry, no, point of order.
What is your request?
It's a point of order.
What rule has been broken?
Rule 20, page 28. You got section 3-02 and 3-03. I would like to put a motion on the floor to have heard the resolution that was not heard, which would be resolution 2401.91.6.
Ms. Burns, this is not the appropriate time for a motion.
Motion is always in order,
no,
Madam Chair.
Motion denied. We're in the middle of a public hearing. Please proceed, baby doll.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
It's fine. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Jarrett. Since you appeal the ruling of the chair, that the chair has the authority to decline motions, please proceed.
A motion.
And Attorney Kim, please come to the front.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
You can't take his time.
Proceed. No, proceed.
Madam Chair, you're in the appeal. There was no second to the appeal.
Could you please speak up?
If you are going on to the appeal discussion, there was no second to his appeal. You didn't ask for a second.
So, I thought it was a second. Ms. Burns, you didn't second that? Okay, I'm sorry. It wasn't second. Did you second it, yes or no? All right, so it has been appealed and properly seconded. And this is stating that the chair does not have the authority to decline a motion. Please proceed, Mr. Jarrett.
See, and that's where we're tending to run into problem. It's not about authority. It's about balancing the authority with something beyond fairness. See, it's people have the authority or the ability to do a lot of things, but are all of them right and moral? I would like to see, I keep saying us. And us does include me. We talk about moving forward, this, that, moving forward, until we start doing in not just a civil way, but in something just as basic as, I understand the need at times to just be humble.
Thank you. So this is specifically about motions being in order, none of the extra. What we are looking at, we're looking at the responsibility and the role of the chair. As the chair of the council, it is at the chair's discretion to recognize motions. We're in the middle of a public hearing. And So we're in the middle of the public hearing, and so we are completing this hearing. So, Attorney Kim, so do you have it? I know we'll have a minute. Exactly where it states that the motions are at the discretion of the chair.
That's not exactly what it says, but rule. Rule 8.2 states that the chair has the duty to determine whether a motion is in order and may do so at any time before restating the question. I would, by your leave, like to point out that from what I understand of what Councilmember Burns' motion was, it was effectively a motion to suspend the rules to allow further comment on a...
Hold on, Attorney Kim. Point of order. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
The audience is speaking over the attorney, and we cannot hear what he is saying because of their disorderly conduct.
Again, audience members and colleagues, I implore you to help identify those that are out of order, because if we can't hear. So, proceed, Mr. Kim.
Yes, as I said, I believe I was saying that my understanding of what Councilmember Burns was moving for was essentially a motion to suspend the rules to allow further public comment on the or further public comment on the issue that was in the hearing that was the first ordinance that was up, which would be the way to vote on that motion as a motion to suspend the rules for that particular issue.
Okay, so thank you. And so I guess that's my time. So Attorney Kim, did you answer the question? I know you said, can you read that again about the chair? Attorney Kim, could you please read that again about the chair and the motions?
Sure, that would be Rule 8.2. The chair has the duty to determine whether a motion is in order and may do so at any time before restating the question.
Thank you. So with that being said, if you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, that the chair, according to that rule, that is in order, you vote yes to overturn the ruling of the chair, but support the ruling of the chair, which is supporting the council rules, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we will proceed to Baby Dow. It's your time to speak.
Thank you for introducing me, Second Ward. What I have to say about these lines, y'all mayor in Flint, Michigan was just on the news and Channel 12 paperwork saying that he didn't even meet the time of the requirement to replace all these pipes that's putting lead in the people's house. I'm going to speak on it because, see, my grandkids was affected when it first happened. They tested my daughter and her kids and her newborn baby. She lost one of the twins because of the lead poison. You guys need to do y'all work and get on that mayor. If he's sitting up there texting y'all, telling y'all what to do, y'all have your own mind. Do what you're supposed to do. Replace the pipes. Now you got other people coming in to do what he was supposed to do on a deadline, because Mayor Neely had a deadline to report to them and he didn't meet it. So he's in junction with that. At the end of the day, you guys got people still drinking water that's killing them, their skin, decoloration. My granddaughter, she still have to be up in a doctor specialist about her skin. And it was recognized about this lead poison in Flint water. The thing is, I moved them and another family out of Flint. They no longer no resident of Flint because I got tired that my grandkids can't drink the water from the faucet. They should be able to drink water from the faucet.
Everybody in the city of Flint should be able to drink water, bathe in it, wash their hair in it, not be looking at brown water. The next time I come to the meeting, I'm gonna bring you a cup of water that came out of my cousin's apartment complex next to Raleigh. Every time he turned the water on, it's brown. He wait a couple hours and let it run, it's still brown. So I'm gonna let you know, tell your mayor he's lying about the water is good to drink. He's lying because my cousin now got cancer again from me. And I don't appreciate y'all lying. Do the work and talking about you want to do the business. Quit bashing people. Quit changing it because you was on 191. Then soon you seen who it was, said, hold on, he want to speak on it. You hurry up and close it out because you don't like him. But at the end of the day, that's my brother. I don't care if you don't like me. Because y'all been saying y'all don't like me when I speak. I don't give a damn about none of y'all that don't like me. Because at the end of the day, ain't now one of y'all doing shit for me. I'm helping people without y'all knowing in y'all wards. Moving them out their houses. Not asking y'all for a donation money from Ashley Capital. So at the end of the day, if I got to make a lot of more kids smile, if I got to keep sacrifice to make some more kids smile and get them out these houses in Flint and put them in an area where they can drink and bathe and play in the water and be kids, that's what I'm going to do. That's why I wasn't here at the beginning, because I had priority and I made a promise to them. And so whenever I tell somebody something, I keep my promise. I don't do that donation stuff. I don't ask Ashley Capital for no money. You understand where I'm coming from? So at the end of the day, dig deep in your heart. You always talk about your son, dig deep in the heart, because you must don't love him too much either.
Anyone else would like to speak on this public hearing about lead pipe replacement? All right, seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. All right, now we're on to public comment. Madam Clerk, first public speaker, please.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I'll speak on this like that fireman talking about he wants some more new laws, and he already got his kitchen, all the fire station kitchen remodeled, but he didn't remodel Miss Mercedes' kitchen downstairs in the basement of City Hall. Before I can come down here and eat breakfast before I get to keep from going to McDonald's every day. You know, this big black Smokey the Bear, he ain't no brown bear, he a smoker. And then you're talking, come off retired, talking about the Flint peoples, you know. And another thing about my third ward councilman, through you, who the president, Ms. Mashak, through Murphy, talking about you hope the state coming in to do their job and all that stuff, and then you can do it yourself. They're talking about you go light a cigar, he don't even want to smoke a cigar. I mean, hey, Mr. Murphy, what's the difference between the elder from the Sanctified Church and a reverend from the Baptist Church? Because since them and Michelle Young coming in here asking some money, that's my lawyer, and she up there trying to use the opera funds, but the lawyers done asked me some questions about could they buy a church. I told them, yeah. Before I asked them what for, over in front of Longfellow, and they bought it. But he said, who's gonna be the pastor? But he won't make, I don't want to say nothing about that, but they're gonna try to come in here and anoint me the beast. But that's what, man, nobody can talk for me and stuff. That's why I want you to know, what's the difference between the sanctified people's talking about us, don't call no man reverend, but the Baptists ain't got no problem with it. And Shallow ain't got no problem being reverend, and Martin Luther King ain't got no problem being a reverend to speak on these people's trying to, and you talk about telling somebody you shouldn't speak on, a reverend got killed right in front of your yard and stuff, and you telling somebody you shouldn't speak on that stuff and all that stuff, and spraying that junk when you come around and stuff like that, because the man coming to Flint talking about he gonna pour some oil on me, and after he already about the Martino's lawyers, and Michelle, after my lawyer done got killed and got found buck naked in his house by some skinny women, Michelle took over, now she up there, and that man, you better, what you gonna do, Mr. Murphy? How about take that?
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Melissa Zaremski. Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
I'm gonna try to keep it together because we're gonna talk some about that ordinance, that disorderly ordinance. A lot of this is in that. We cannot expect other folks to act better than what we expect ourselves to act when we acting out of order. I know that a lot of the things that are happening and being said, especially that I said it 3 times. I know I used to work in the prison, so I used to walk in the door and say what I expected my prisoners to do 3 times when I walked in the door, so when they violated, they instantly was in trouble, we could shut them down. I know that's what I used to do 30 years ago when I worked in the prison. So that's a mentality from the prison. It's like a bestiality mentality. I'm gonna describe that. I'm gonna actually, I wanna tell the definition of what bestiality is. There's some other stuff that involves having sex with animals, but the one I wanna repeat is the one that's a disapproving behavior that is very cruel or like that of an animal. That's bestiality. I just want you to know that. That's some of the behavior that we're seeing. It behooves me how we can sit up and talk about wanting to put somebody out on the board of ethics and accountability for their behavior, yet we want to appoint somebody to the board of ethics and accountability who walks up to 4 different people's houses, put mail in their mailboxes, threatening people on the board of ethics and accountability. Yes, the first appointment came from Mayor Sheldon Neely. The second came where he was escorted into the board of ethics and accountability by a councilwoman in the 7th Ward, and want to support him in his behavior. That's a federal offense. And if you support him with that, then you are guilty of supporting somebody with a federal offense. You don't go up and put no mail in anybody's mailbox. That's definitely a federal offense. And you all know it. Y'all should be shaming yourselves, the lies you sit up here and tell. It's just sad. The lies. And you know you lying. Can't accept accountability. Council members telling you that you was wrong and that they knew you was wrong, and you still couldn't accept it. But that goes to show that mentality that's there. I would like to see some council members, when you come back and make comments, let's talk about some of the comments and some of the things that the citizens have made. Comment on some of that stuff. Like Claire McClendon done been up here talking about the 16 meal that should go to the houses how many times? Stop jumping at and attacking the residents. We talking about tangible things that's gonna help the citizens of Flint. Tell us when you're gonna get ready to lower the water rates. One of y'all just make a resolution and put it on the floor. Let it just get turned down. That's okay, bring it back again, because we need lower water rates.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Excuse me, Madam Chair, if it's okay, if I could just explain the forms again for those individuals. When you filled out the form during the first meeting, I'm going through the numbers from the first meeting. There's a checkbox on here for the 2 meetings for today. So if you've checked both, I'm going through that order. Some of you have filled out 3 or 4 forms. You only have to fill out 1, and you just check the box for the meetings you want to speak. I explained this when we first did this. I explained it the last meeting. It's spelled out on this, it's spelled out on the agenda. So I'm explaining it again now, and I'm just trying to make it easy for people to understand. You only have to fill out the form once. You can check the box for which meeting you want to speak in, and I'm gonna start over from the beginning. So some of you have multiple forms, and that, I'm just letting you know. So if you filled out a form for this meeting, I'm still going through the first group. So the next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews, and I'm a good government activist from the 7th Ward. Before I begin, I would like to tell Mr. Jarrett that I'm not impressed with his whataboutism argument. It's what Trump uses and his acolytes use to justify their outrageous behavior. Now, today I really want to address, I should say one other thing. You mentioned Scripture. There is a scripture that says, leaders without vision will see the people perish. And if you don't have a vision for the EAB to be nonpartisan with people of good temperament and reputation, then I don't believe that you will be a contribution here. So let's talk about Tanya Burns. Her actions have become a negative force in our council and community. Burns, who hosts...
Excuse me, please pause his time. Audience members, give the same respect to everyone at the lectern. Give the same respect to everyone at the lectern. If not, you will be warned and asked to leave. Proceed.
Ms. Burns, who hosts the hilarious podcast, Talking with Tanya, or as I like to call it, Toking with Tanya, because you have to be high to believe anything she says, has repeatedly disrupted our council functionality and jeopardized our community's safety and trust. One alarming incident involving Council President Dr. Liddell Lewis. Burns drove an out-of-town activist with a long, troubled legal and mental health history to Dr. Lewis's home, compromising her safety and justifying her police escort. Such reckless behavior from an elected official is dangerous and irresponsible. Burns' manipulation of the Ethics and Accountability Board over the Ashley Capital matter is another glaring example. She misled the EAB and then targeted certain city council members with unfounded accusations, thereby politicizing a body that should be above politics and further eroding our trust in government. In council meetings, Burns disrupts proceedings, eggs on unruly and sophomoric audience members, and uses divisive tactics like spreading misinformation, or as I like to call it, lying, and race baiting. Instead of fostering unity and progress, she hinders critical initiatives for healthcare, social services, public safety.
Mr. Matthews, please hold. We're going to give you a couple of seconds back. We will not stand for disrespect for anyone at the lectern. Anyone. So, colleagues, again, as you look, Mr. Jarrett, all the way around to Mr. Elamine, all the way around to Diaz, we need to make sure that we're keeping our chambers in order. It's everyone's responsibility. And if I have to point it out in the rules, it is what we're supposed to do. When you refuse to do that, that's a derelict of duty. We are to make sure that everyone has their time at the lectern. So could you please give him 10 more seconds?
Point of order.
What is your point?
According to the rules, he is afforded the same amount of time, not anything extra as everyone else. There's no 2 or 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We don't get to give him back time.
You are absolutely right. And he's also afforded the same respect as everyone else. So what we will do, we will give him his 10 seconds and we will proceed. Are you ready? Go ahead, Mr. Matthews.
Okay.
Ma'am,
so-
that's your first warning. That's your first warning. Proceed.
What's most troubling is her belief that everybody else is the problem and how she viciously and personally attacks anyone who doesn't agree with her. Her refusal to take responsibility and constant deflection of blame makes it
Point of
impossible.
order, please pause the time.
Makes it impossible to respect
Please
her as a
pause
leader.
the time.
I noticed that everyone seems to be having a hard time. You're coughing or choking off of something. I ask that you would please step in the hall, get a drink of water, because you're being disruptive to the meeting. So please, if you know that you can't stop coughing, it is disruptive to the meeting, so step out in the hallway until your coughing fit is done.
Ma'am, excuse me, you're being brought to order. Don't do that. You are being brought to order. That's your warning. Don't go back and forth, please. Ma'am, that's your second warning. You're now removed from this meeting. Absolutely.
Arthur Woodson,
Okay,
please.
Arthur Wilson, that is your warning. You're inciting everybody to cough. That's your warning. Inciting disorderly conduct. Proceed, Mr. Matthews.
Well, our community deserves better leaders. Leaders who prioritize our well-being and act with integrity. Burns' actions shows that she is not that leader. Her behavior creates division, obstructs progress, and damages the trust we need to have in our public officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Woodson, that's your second warning. You're out of this meeting. Mr. Woodson. No. No, we will not harass members here. We will not do that. We will not. Mr. Wilson, that is your second warning.
Jedediah Brown is harassing Doug Matthews' officers.
Excuse me.
Officers. He needs to be removed from this meeting. He doesn't have a right to harass people.
He's doing a racist dog whistle, and they're okay with him doing a racist dog whistle. We're on a kiss like a dog. You don't talk to black people like they a dog.
Get out.
He keeps talking to black people like they a dog. Doug keeps talking to them like they a dog. You can't be treating black people like that. That's racist. You can't be treating out of order like and out of unhinged, lacks decorum.
Madam Chair, members of the audience should not be harassed and followed by other members of the audience.
Absolutely not. So council has a 5-minute recess without objection.
Madam Chair, did you order a recess?
All right, recess is now over. Asking all colleagues to return to the dais to continue with the council meeting.
No, that other one was. Can I have one of them napkins? I gave you both of them underneath your plate.
The time is now 9:19, and this council meeting is now being brought back to order.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
I appeal the ruling of the chair for that second warning for Arthur Woodson.
That's fine, but according to the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, after you receive one warning, if you persist to be disorderly, you will be removed. There's no second to the appeal. So, Mr. Woodson is removed.
Listen, Madam Chair, he shouldn't have the second warning.
He didn't have a second warning?
I said he should not have a second warning. I appealed the ruling of the chair. When he was called, he did a dog whistle. At
Not a
that
problem.
time, the meeting went array. I appeal the second warning.
Okay, that's fine. So we have an appeal of the second warning. Please go ahead. Is there a second? That's fine. All right, so go ahead, Ms. Byrne, when they start the 1 minute clock. Go ahead.
I appealed the ruling because, number one, in these council chambers, no black person should be used or done as a dog whistle. Doug has did a dog whistle to me. He has just called someone the N-word back there. He should not be blowing kisses at people, taunting, using racist words, race baiting. He should not be doing that. Not in these council chambers, not ever. And so when you are giving him a warning for being called a dog whistle, people being called the N-word, that shouldn't be happening. We do not protect racist behavior in these council chambers. Racist behavior. Let somebody call you an N-word and see how it feels. Let somebody do a dog whistle as a black woman to you. See how that feels. He should not be receiving his second warning. Doug's behavior is unhinged.
Okay.
I'll run up there and protect his butt.
So-
Taking him to.
So Mr. Woodson is on his second warning. For one, he received his first warning for trying to incite disorderly coughing. I heard that. And then secondly, when Mr. Matthews was up there speaking, Arthur Woodson was saying things to him as he walked away. And so it was heard, and I saw it. And so in accordance to, again, that's why Mr. Woodson has a warning, yelling out, "No, I did not." I looked dead in his mouth when he said, "No, I did not." So, this is the chaos that we're talking about. Things are convenient when they fit this narrative. Mr. Woodson was out of line and out of order. And he has the opportunity to stay in the meeting when he's in order. Everyone has the opportunity to stay in the meeting when they're in order. No one should be harassed and threatened at the lectern. Everyone should be protected when they speak at the lectern. So if you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair for giving Mr. Woodson his second warning for harassment, please vote yes. But if you want the ruling of the chair to stand, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy? Is not in. Ms. Priestley?
I abstain. I wasn't here for the second warning.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Protective race.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair is upheld, and Mr. Wilson has been removed from this meeting.
I'm gonna ride your big moose ass up out of here. Leon, man, you on some bullshit. Leon, you on bullshit, man. I'm glad to talk to you, bro.
All right, so we're going to move on to the next public speaker. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tia Harris. Tia Harris? Not in. Next speaker is Jan Marie Arbor. She's not in. Next speaker is River. Not in. Oh, nope, she's here already, sorry.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
Can the clerk please speak up, speak louder into your mic?
Madam Clerk, they want to know if you could speak a little louder into the mic, please.
Taking a risk doing this, so please don't make me regret it.
Proceed, ma'am.
All right, thanks. So, a little distracted, excuse me. I can't, after all this that just happened. So I guess I'll just get out of the way first. I cannot believe that this behavior and these actions were just, allowed and defended by several council members. Just, wow. There is an individual who repeatedly comes up to council with a very specific agenda, and I think it's very alarming that an older white man seems to have a bit of a fixation on making black women feel afraid and small and I don't know, not trying to earn a whole bunch of points here for saying it. I just feel like it's really obvious, and for us to deny it's a thing is just ridiculous at this point. And if anyone whose female body has existed in the world around a man, we all know what sort of behavior that was. The towering over, the I'm bigger than you, I won this round, I'm a big scary man. It's just page 1 of the patriarchy. And if we're gonna try and sit here and play council and act like we're all professionals, then let's operate in the real world, please. Thank you, Councilman Lewis, for looking at me while I speak. I really appreciate the show of respect. It really hurt earlier when I asked you directly to look at me while speaking, because I felt it's been a problem over time, and the people that speak are held to such high standards. I just thought that was a ridiculous concession to not make for me, so I'm glad to see you've walked back a little on that. See, it gives me a little hope that maybe we all can do better, you know? And let's see. More notes. I have so many notes. I've been hearing a lot of kind of not my job sentiment from various professionals in the city, and I'm just curious whose job things are, anything. Project management, who? Whose job is it to have answers? I would love to know. So if anyone can point me in the right direction as far as water, infrastructure, some of the other things that we were talking about, I don't know, there's several people up here going, what's my job? What's my job? Let's find whose job it is. I would love that, and I would appreciate it and have more trust in my elected officials if that were to happen. Oh man, I don't have time for any of this. Look up Darvo, friends in the audience. And DARVO, look it up and tell me if you recognize a pattern in these meetings every half hour or so.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. E. Taylor.
So I would like to speak to the $20 burning permit for the fire department recommendation. I really think that's kind of punitive. I really think we ought to do education on fire. We should give it a 12-month educational period and then reconsider this, because just slapping down a $20 permit, I mean, I don't know about it. You know, I think it's more important for people to be educated about these things. The water pipes were turned over to the state. Wow, that's not a good thing. The other thing is, I spoke when I first came up here the first time about a toolbox for training. Training is lacking at the council. I was hoping that there would be someone who would propose the idea of, let's not target the community. Let's not bully the community. Let's stop yelling at the community. Let's not lie to the community. Let's not mock the community. Emotional? Regulate? Let's try educating first. Let's avoid ordinances that are punitive. Let's try to educate first. Try education. 6 to 12 months. I think that's an important thing. I think that's a really important thing for our city to try to do. And I want to commend, I think the police really got the right people tonight. Almost. A lot better. And to the city clerk, thank you for trying to help me understand the papers. You probably have multiple papers for me. You know, I just don't, I'm not getting it. So I think one set of papers, one night is more than enough for the public. So let us quickly talk about the idea that we have no roofs, no furnaces, no hot water heaters, no windows. And you wanted to put out Miss Billy when we saw what happened from Doug, whose unethical behavior, appalling. That's vulgar. That's like cussing. You can't continue to challenge black women and target people. That's something in your toolbox that needs to be trained. You need training on it. Mr. Leon Alameen, I appreciate when you step up and vote with the community. The council people are not going to keep you in council. It's going to be the community that's going to make that decision. I really think you want to take that to heart. We need to stop with the police at the council meeting, for gosh sakes. You stand here and you want to do the pledge and the prayer and the police. I don't understand that sequence. And actually, I'm opposed to that sequence.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is AC Dumas.
Yes, my name is AC Dumas. Can you hear me? All right. I just want to say this is just another hot mess of a council meeting. This is just terrible. This is just terrible. And what that, what's his name, Doug, whatever his name is, he purposely does stuff. And since he's the representative of the 7th Ward, allegedly, this is just terrible. I just want to say that when you have a public hearing, you announce the public hearing is open, and after the people have spoken, then you, for 3 times, you have to announce. I don't know where you... Is there anyone else would like to address this public hearing? Is anyone else would like to address this what? Public hearing. Is anyone else would like to address this public hearing? this public hearing is closed. Where have y'all been? Ms. Lewis, that's the way you do it. This is not Burger King, have it your way. Special orders don't upset us. Mr. Jordan, you had it right. When the righteous are in rule, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. That's the Bible. That ain't me. That ain't him. That's what the scripture says. And this community is mourning because wickedness is in rule. And as I close, that guy that just about caused a riot here, he quoted a scripture where there's no vision, the people perish. That's in the King James Version. But the original version says, where there is no constraint, there is chaos. Now you look that up, say, I know the Bible. Where there is no constraint, there is chaos. And this is chaos in here. Chaos. Nothing else I could say.
Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Wilbert Jarrett. The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. You can't give it to 5 foolish people. It's just sad. It's just what it is. You cannot give it to 5 foolish people. You want the police to see who's talking. If you take them petitions down, y'all can see who's talking. You're trying to hide yourself from Mr. Jarrett and Dennis don't have a petition. Tanya and Jerry don't have one, but all you 5 foolish has a petition. You can look at me all you want to, but I'm asking everyone that's in the city of Flint that like to go out and get some recall papers on Liddell Lewis. We need some people to go out. I'm not stopping. Y'all don't have to look at me because I know you're foolish. And you know you're foolish. That's the bad part. You know it. You know it. It's sad. But y'all can agree with all this dumb stuff. It's only a matter of time that you're going to get up. It's only a matter of time. And if we get Quincy, Judy, and Candace, boy, this council going to turn. This council going to turn heads. And it ain't gonna be heads to the Liddell side. It's gonna be held to the other side. That president seat you got, you're gonna be doing like Quincy. That's how you gonna be doing. Cause they gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, and you don't even know it. It is tired. We are tired of you people. You people. You let Doug get up here and taunt the black people, but when you said Dennis called you a monkey, a gorilla, a baboon, what's that, what you call her? Silverback. You got attitude. You went to CNN, and CNN won't listen to nobody else after you went there with that damn lie. Because that's what it was, a lie. You lied and said, I cussed you out. You don't want me to cuss you out, because I will give you some words that you ain't never heard before. Because I keep telling you, I don't like women. I like men. Now, if you want to go that route, that's your privilege. But I don't. And then you talk about the Bible, God, church. You need to take church and stick it up your butt, because that's what you doing to it. You ain't living by it. You don't stand by it. And I heard that you ain't even got custody of your own son. So I know he ain't scared.
Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Dave Peachy. I believe he's not in. Next speaker is Claire McClinton. Next speaker is Jedediah Brown.
When I first got here, I was trying to learn. And in this extremely long meeting, I think I got a pretty good grasp on what we got going on here. I think people have forgotten why you are elected and appointed to serve. I think that there's some people that is clearly sitting up there like Candace, like Judy, and Liddell, who don't understand. And actually, let me back up and say this. When I was listening to the ending of the last meeting, I had a little hope because I started to understand what's going on. It's just a room full of offended people. And when people are offended, you can't hear past the offense. But then it didn't take me long after that to see who's the ones creating the offense. People serving as vice president who shouldn't even be elected a dog catcher. People who think that government is about using it, weaponizing it to suppress, when literally good government makes people's lives better. And I don't know where y'all got it off, but I done been to a lot of cities and a lot of states, and I just want to put it on record, y'all ain't nobody damn mama or daddy in here. So now, let me make it clear, because I don't need all this time, because I got work to do. Thank you for an official invitation to Flint, Michigan. I came here wanting to figure it out, and I came here wanting to help, and I'm not going to be nobody that's going to give a bunch of fluff, because I got a great track record, not a mental illness, but of doing what the hell I say. So this is what I'm going to tell you. Now you've got my attention, and Jedediah Brown is officially here to stay. So let me tell you what that means, Candace, and let me tell you what that means, Liddell. And as a matter of fact, before I tell them that, let me tell you something. You are sitting in a seat that a great man had, and I don't know how much it costs to buy a councilman, but you better get them their money back, and you better serve these people well. Now let me say this with my whole heart. It's illegal for y'all to keep on trying to kick people out of this place. It is not even an ordinance or a statute in the government. It's illegal. So I will welcome you to give me that wonderful lawsuit, Liddell. And I hope you enjoy getting your transportation from the police to the council, because I'm sure they're going to be the same police that's going to give you transportation to jail. Because guess what? Sitting in that seat, I done already found 3 things you done lied about. Already just sitting in that seat. Now what I'm going to just say, because I got 27 seconds, and I'm going to make it real clear. Because there's a difference between when I'm learning and when you done piss me off, and you done piss me off. So now, when I get back, I'm going to raise money, and I'm going to fund this recall effort on all y'all ass.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
I don't really feel I got too much to say. But for Leon and Jared, I'm just gonna rephrase y'all because y'all wasn't here when I was bringing this up. But I called the late great Councilman Eric Mays up, And I said, Councilman Mays, how much will it cost to stabilize the water fund? And he told me 21 million, which meant that he was already doing research about how to repair this city. And then I took it a step further. I talked to Dan Kildee, the man who wrote the bill called the Pandemic Relief Fund that is now being called the Harper Funds. And that young man jumped off the ground. Yeah, Rich, it can be done. Yeah, just happy. All they gotta do is be creative with the pen. And then Flint Beat took it even a step further and talked to the CFO at the time. And shortly after she gave him that statement that yes, it could be done, she was no longer here. So, Councilman Jared, I have been asking this council for 2 years to write a resolution, maybe more, to write a resolution, because at the first time when I brought it up, we hadn't spent $1 of our 97 or $94 million. We hadn't spent $1. So I said, take 11 million this year and take 11 million next year. But that hasn't been done. That wasn't done. There was no resolution at all given up. Council people was talking to me like I was crazy and all. It's just ridiculous. The lady that was sitting in Candace's seat had the nerve to say they had a helpline that you call once a week. It served all of Genesee County, and you have 15 minutes to get your phone call answered. And if your phone call ain't answered in that 15 minutes, you gotta wait till next week to do the same thing. So I'm just asking y'all, write a resolution up, put it on the floor, let the people know who with them and who ain't. Because of a no vote on that will definitely show that you are not with the people. Damn, that took 3 minutes. But it was worth it because I really want to see our city change. And I don't like the changes that I see now. I want more houses built. We're tired of apartments. We have enough apartments. Instead of putting a willow farm or whatever it is, put a house there. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Carol McIntosh.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carol McIntosh, and I am a candidate for the First Ward City Council seat. I'm also a member of the Ethics and Accountability Board appointed by the late Eric Mays. I just want to say, first of all, the city council seats are not for targeting the residents or harassing people or trying to get us locked up when we tell you what we need and what our desires are and the hurts of our hearts that have been committed against us by our government. It is for you to sit up there and legislate and create good policy to correct those things so that we can have a better life as residents. That's what we thought you were going to do when you were voted in. It is not for you to get involved in a RICO Act style crime, appointing ARPA funds to yourself and then talking to your colleagues to secure 5 votes. Destitutes a RICO Act. You've got together as a team to heist money from the taxpayers and appeasing yourself personally. Okay, some of you even voted for that and changed whatever. But the bottom line is this: you have a responsibility, and it's not to harass people, it's not to attack people, it's not to set people up, and things of that nature. And also, Miss Billy Dantzler, she and I often are lone voices on the Ethics and Accountability Board, and we do try to follow the charter, but you need 4, 5, 6 votes, the majority, which we never have. Okay, and it goes a lot like this. So when you're talking policy and how things should go, the setup is real. The target is real. What you're doing is illegal. And I want to know, because after Miss Dantzler was attacked at the meeting or had that little situation go on, the councilwoman showed up at her job, staring at her and eating breadsticks and eyeballing her down. I just want to know, did she have a police escort to take her to Miss Dantzler's job to do that? See, that's what she's not gonna come in here and tell you that she's doing. She's antagonizing the public, and then she comes in here like she hasn't thrown any rocks. And then, on top of that, children lost their lives, and she comes in here taking jabs at people that are wounded and hurt. That's a spirit, a demonic spirit, because the devil is the author of confusion, and that's why it's always so much confusion at these meetings. When you are serving the public, you are supposed to be keeping the peace. We have 5 police cars to patrol 36 miles of city, a city riddled with crime. It should be policy taking place at this table to get police on the streets. And Mr. Murphy said he was disappointed because the residents didn't show up to clean up. It's not our job to clean up the city. It's the city's job. It's your job to set that up here to clean the city up. And he has a 0-degree term more. He should be riding around cutting grass with that money in his nonprofit, gassing it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Y'all
That's your
can handle
time.
that. Thank you so much for your
All
time.
right, thank you, Madam
And we'll
Clerk.
have
Next speaker.
exorcisms on Sunday at
Ma'am, that's
church.
your time. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
I'm back, Kawana Mack. And you know what, I gotta do this for Art. He did say something about some hooves. And I wanna say this, Elamine, you see who knocking on your door? You see who knocking on that back door? Macintosh. And I also wanna say, dang, I lost my train of thought. But Judy, you always hear something out here. You sitting right there, don't know what's going on. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I didn't hear. You just need to get off because of that. You see what I'm saying? And Miss Liddell, the lady who premeditated between you and Eva to switch seats, then you ain't forgetting about you, Candace, with your no good tail, gonna try to fight Pfeiffer. What you doing? What we doing? I'm about that life. Yeah, you gonna be about that life. I want all the women in one cell, all the men in the other cell, so you'll know why you in prison. Liddell going to jail. And you know what? I'll take a day off work to see that perp walk going through the hall with them clink, clink. You ain't gonna be the bully then. You see what I'm saying? Hey, you always looking at me when I'm out there. Look at me up here, up close and personal. You hear me? I can't wait till y'all get off. We get some more good people like Mr. Jarrett, Miss Winfrey, Miss Burns, and then over here, Miss You Ain't Safe. You ain't safe either. I can't wait to get you out. You hear me, Miss Mouchette? And what did y'all do when y'all went to Du Bois, Iowa on the taxpayers' money? Eating steak, a la carte. You see what I'm saying? Talk about that. All that money y'all stealing. Quit fleecing the city of Flint. You hear me? I know you hear me. I see you over there. They say you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. I'll see y'all next meeting.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is John Billings. The next speaker is Taylor Sampson.
All right, I hope you're ready for the white baby doll. My name is Taylor Sampson, and I am a homeowner in the 8th Ward. I might be a new face within these chamber walls, but I have watched all of you and your behaviors for the last few years, whether it's from work or from home. I'm appalled at what I have seen last week, and I want to thank my councilman for making sure a black, disabled veteran was safe when he was unlawfully arrested during a meeting for a tripod, a fucking tripod. I'd also like to thank all of my residents behind me because because they are the ones that are going to protect me. I know some council members try to claim that new people are scared to come here, but I'm another example that that is a lie. I feel more safe in these chambers than I do on the streets. No police here. They're all in the council. Also, we're here to talk about disorderly conduct. These new additions are so vague. What does this even mean? In point 13, it says makes, aids, or assists in making any riot, disturbance, or improper diversion. Can you please clarify that? We would like to know. Point 15, it says commits any breach of peace. There is no description on what breach of peace is, so please inform us. Because we as residents deserve to know what we may be getting in trouble for. Also, the definition of harassment says any repeated nonverbal conduct that is specifically intended to frighten, embarrass, or anger the persons or persons who are object of that conduct. This is a subjective definition. Your viewpoint of what is deemed frightening, embarrassing, or anger-inducing will vary vastly from mine. How does the council, city officials, law enforcement, courts, etc. determine harassment if not everyone views those actions and emotions in the same manner? Lastly, I would like to talk about how I was sitting 4 seats away from Ms. Billy Danzler last meeting. She was targeted, she was given that warning, she was not speaking. She was not speaking loudly, she was not directing her words towards council, she was also sitting in her seat. So for you to target her, Liddell, and I'd also appreciate if you'd look at a new face up here, but I see you're probably reading the 810 chat, because you like to target them as well. And I will tell you right now that the only reason I even know what's going on in this city is because of 810 Media News Group. Because they are willing to put their stuff out there, and the city website is shitty and does not tell us. And my last point here is just as we put you on those seats, we can take you out because it's recall season.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lawana Terry.
So I don't really have much to say because a lot been said. But what I am going to say, Liddell, you talked about your son being scared after he came to your door or whatever. But I need you to remember you came at a 12-year-old and a 5-year-old. So I don't know if you think they're not scared or what, but my daughter was scared to be in the hallway with you that next week. So I don't know how you feel or what you think you got going on, but you need to reevaluate what you say and how you say it and what you do. Move.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
My name is Lottie Durrett. I'm a resident of the First Ward. To my First Ward Council, I just wanted to ask you, I know you got a business or whatever with the little thing you got going on, but how many houses have you fixed? You know, because you have the manpower to help some of your constituents in your neighborhood. You got the manpower, you got the money, you got the tools, you got the know-how. There's people in your, in your ward that you can, take your people and you can fix some of the problems that we have because you have everything that's needed to do it, and you can do that on your own. You don't have to ask nobody for permission on that. And far as what Quincy said about volunteering, why should we volunteer when we done gave all this money out for blight and cleanup? It's like, okay, give him 250, give her 50,000, give her 300,000, and then you turn around and say, y'all clean up your neighborhood after we done gave these people all this money, and then you want kudos for doing something that you was elected to do. That's your job. If you don't like it, there's papers you can resign from it. We don't owe you nothing. We sit here, we elected these people to these seats, almost inciting riots, using the police as a weapon. I mean, every time I see a police now, my anxiety's shooting up because I'm scared I might have the police call on me if somebody don't like what I say. So it's like, and then Miss Judy, for you to say shut up, you don't tell nobody to shut up. You fix your tone when you talking to people. Who do you think you are to tell me to shut up? I ain't your kid. You don't pay my bills. You don't put no food on my table or clothes on my back. You don't tell me to shut up. That was rude, and you out of pocket for it and out of line. And I'm going to tell you that you are. That's not how you talk to people. I don't know what gave you that right to think you could tell somebody to shut up. Shut up. You shut up. Do you like it? You shut up. You like it? No, see what I mean? Look how your bulldog put her head up when I said it, but she didn't check you on it. You getting what you giving. You can't spit in my face and then I turn it to the left and you spit it again and then tell me you sorry. Y'all have got to get it together. I'm telling y'all got a chance to get it right. The state taking over. I don't know what more y'all want. The state coming in because you incompetent. A bunch of don't know nothing. A bunch of don't know how. A bunch of bought. Y'all sit at them round tables. Y'all know I know. I know some people know I know because, baby, you had to address me before you went into some places to get into some of them meetings. Let's not act like we don't know. Y'all need to get it together. You are not safe. You are not safe. You can't be put out these positions. This is governmental. This is beyond local. This is beyond local. Y'all better get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Jesus.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is I.B. Keys.
Liddell. I'm not quite sure what to do with you. Everyone knows that that gun lock that you put up and wiggled around the room was a shot. It was a shot towards my mother, and it was a shot towards me. And you should thank God for my growth, because it was a time that you wouldn't have had a chance to make a second shot. But I'm not gonna come up here, I'm not gonna cuss you out, I'm not gonna yell at you, I'm not gonna scream at you, because what I realized about you, you feed off of that. You strive and you thrive off of chaos and dysfunction. You feed all of it. You every week you feed and feed and feed off of it. You're looking for something just to cause chaos and dysfunction. Every week, it never fails. But I hope you can heal what's broken in you. I hope you can fix where you hurt. Because you have some real inner issues that is going on within you. And I am not going to stand up here and I'm not going to stroke your ego and I'm not going to feed your pride. I'm not going to do it. But I do want you to know that you cannot be in leadership and be nasty to people and expect people to respect you. It's impossible. And as a Dr. Liddell Lewis, you should know that. I do want you to know that pride goes before the fall. Yes, it does. And your seat has an expiration date. You just remember that.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mary Wright. Next speaker is Stephanie Rogers.
Good evening. When I when I came in today, I didn't really expect to speak. I had said that I wouldn't. But looking around here today and some of the events that have happened here today, are you guys listening? Are you understanding? These people are angry. These people are mad. And they're letting you know that they're angry and that they're mad. These aren't just select people that decided to come in here and harass y'all because they don't like Liddell or they don't like Judy. Well, they don't, but these people are angry and they're mad. You know what? No political or no administration has been perfect. We all know that. We all know things happen. Okay, I'll put it like that. Things happen. But you guys haven't even been smart enough to at least take care of the people so that they could say, well, you know, this was done, but you know, they might have got $300,000 here, but you know, this was done. So, well, we just turned the eye because you know we got our roof fixed, we got our window done. Y'all done stole all of the money. People ain't got no roofs, no tarps. Streets messed up. We got 5 police officers out here. It's a mess. It's a hot mess. And y'all up here, you worried about putting somebody out that you picked on and cussed, and she went off. She did, but what did you do to cause that? You keep singling people out. You single out Tanya every chance you get. You single out RL. And you better be careful, because them Americans with Disabilities people gonna get you for that one. And what kind of devilish person do you have to be to attack a person when they have lost a child? So and with this stuff that just happened with Doug, I mean, what do you do? Is this 1963 or is this 2024? Shame, shame, shame.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this evening is Baby Doll.
First of all, I want to tell y'all, in 9th Ward, Mr. Jerry is a grown man and a married man. For you to disrespect him, Dale and Machette, whatever your damn name is. This man trying to make the city better. You get mad because he trying to make sense out of some stuff. And when he said that you checking us, but some of y'all need to be checked. Judy, you always with that little slick Rick shit you do with this lawyer. You walk your ass when we have to talk, but then when people who you want to see talk like Doug, first of all, he caused the problem. After he did what he did right here at the first 3 rows, he got by me and called people nigga, nigga, nigga. I'm taking it personally because, see, I don't do the racism stuff. Let me tell you a little about me. I'm minding my business when Trump was down there where we stay at. This man turned the corner when I turned the corner. I'm going to kill you niggas. Go back to Africa. See what you don't know. I'm one of them people. I don't play that racism. I told my kids to get out the car so I can get out and kill this man. They knew what I had and what I carry in mind. So at the end of the day, you allow the bullshit racism because you #1 racism your damn self. When the time you talk about your own son-in-law or nephew-in-law, about him, and then you got that man feeling low. What you don't know, Trevor do have family. 810 do love him. He have us. You a low down, dirty ass woman to be talking about this man. And he don't say nothing to none of us about your ass. But the other day he had to tell it because it was hurting his heart. And I'm always gonna mess with him. What I'm telling y'all is, enough with the BS. You want to recognize us residents with our issue. Recognize the bullshit you be saying. Because, Liddell, you do cause a lot of people. You start shit with people. You and Candace, y'all text each other every time. What y'all need to do is bring a recommendation is all cell phones should be sitting either by the clerk right there without y'all having y'all cell phone. Because you be on Facebook posting shit. I don't care about what you say about me because at the end of the day, you can't afford me. And I do love men's. And I can spell the word men's backwards. N-E-M, okay? But at the end of the day, do the work. Get the hell out of here. I'm here for the resident. It ain't about baby doll. I'm in here speaking for some people can't get here, or either they disabled or can't come here. They don't got no transportation, and by the time the bus come, they can't make it here. So I'm here for the people of the whole Genesee County. So get it straight. Flint is part of Genesee County. Burton is too. Davidson is too. Flushing is too. Grand Blanc is too. Understand your qualification, and you call yourself a damn doctor. Where you get your education from?
All right, so here that's the last public speaker. Public speaker is now closed, so now it's time for a council response. Anyone on council would like to respond?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
I want to say this. You did go to Billy's job. You tried to intimidate her. You tried to intimidate me back there when the officer had to tell you to, no, I'm only talking to Councilwoman Burns. You put yourself right next to me. I don't touch you. You tried to intimidate. He had to give you a directive, not more than 3 times, to back off because you are a bully. I'm not intimidated. It don't work with me. You got to come with a lot more stronger things than that, okay? That's not going to work. It's not going to work. I never thought I would see black women protecting a racist who gives racist dog whistles, who calls black people niggers. I never thought I'd see this. Not ever. When you protect someone who don't even like the color of your skin, more or less mine, and you protect him because you want a vote. Councilman Mays would never vote to put the press back in a timeout corner. He would not. He would not vote on a disorderly conduct because he wanted the people to come here. These are your chambers, not ours. Councilman Mays was for the people, for the people. Our votes have consequences. They have consequences. The stuff that's going on. Doug has went to 4 people's homes, 4 Ethics Accountability Board people, went in their mailboxes, placed things in their mailboxes, but he wants to come here. I don't care if he don't like me, but when he comes here, something is wrong with him. He's unhinged. Something is wrong. It's not normal. It's not normal. He needs to get some help. He needs to get some help. But to protect him in that craziness, don't do that. Because at the end of the day, when you protect racists, they will show you when you are black. They will make it known. You are not white, you are not black, you have no privilege as a black
Next
woman.
speaker. Anyone else would like to speak during council response?
So rude.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank the residents for coming out, for engaging in the process. You all, you just don't know how important it is to come to these council meetings. And you saw what happened today. You saw what happened today. And you see some of the individuals here that continues to provoke and antagonize the residents. And you guys deserve better. Yes. You deserve better. You need leaders up here that's gonna respect your voice and leaders who are not going to single you out and try to intimidate you and weaponize the police against you. This chamber belongs to you, the people. The seats up here that some of us were elected to, okay? Elected, not appointed, elected. Okay? You guys put us here. You voted us in. So you have the right to come in this chamber and speak your voice. Please do not stop. Continue to come. I would like to see this whole chamber filled up, because we got to shut this shit down. We got to. Thank you.
All right, next speaker. Anyone else would like to speak? All right, so seeing that no one else would like to speak, I'll go ahead and take my time. I want to just highlight the fact that someone said that I was taking shots at them over the gun lock. The only names I called was the Office of Public Health, the Michigan State Police, and Well of Hope, where people can obtain one for a safe summer. Furthermore, in terms of me going to someone's job intimidating them, I attend all events dealing with community solar. And so we had a community solar event at the library where I take my son. And so I was upstairs in the friend's room attending the community solar event. It is unfortunate that the librarian stated on record where she works, and it's unfortunately that she threatened to beat my ass, and I came through the doors and she felt some type of way. That's unfortunate. As I made my way to my community meeting. And then as we talk about black women, we must remember when we speak of racist behavior, the councilman in the 8th Ward referred to me as the monkey on the council. So let's not. That's fine, but long as we recognize that a racist slur was made. And so when we try to pick and choose, we gotta be very careful, and let's be accurate. And the reason why I was approaching the officer in the back, no one's trying to walk up on anyone. I'm trying to see what's happening at the meeting that I'm chairing. Because too often we have colleagues go to police with fictitious story. I want to make sure that we know what's going on, because we have people getting followed in the room. That's what we have. All right, you're out. That's your warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine. So is there a second from the appeal calling me a liar? That's fine. All right, go ahead and pause my time. All right, you pause. All right, very good. So we have an appeal, and seconded by Jeffrey Carter, to the gentleman in the back who yelled out, not at the lectern, that I am a liar in the middle of me speaking. So proceed, and that's your second warning. That's fine. You are removed from this meeting. Go ahead. You are removed from this meeting. Officers, could you please get him out of the meeting? Yeah, sir.
To get you out. I'll be at the campaign to get you out. Goodbye, fatso. And go get custody of your son. Here I am. Have a good night. See you next meeting, all right? Tomorrow at the dawn, what time?
All right, so seeing that the appeal is mute, I'm going to proceed with my time. No, not mad at all.
We can drop it. I'm ready to move on.
And so if individuals would not like police intervention, we just encourage you to be in order and not in violation of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Thank you. And so council response is now over, so now the chair will entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to separate 240144, 240169.
Hold on 1 second. You said 144, then you said 169.
Yeah. 240189. Let's see. Moving back to page 10. 240227.
Hold on.
And 240233. And back to the ordinances. I would like to separate 240191 as well as 240192.
Okay. All right, any more separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
240169, did you say that? I'm not talking with you. Nope. Excuse me, I've got the floor, thank you.
So you said 240169 has already been separated?
240, did you do 189?
That's already been separated as well.
Point of information, can you please instruct the person in the 7th Ward to please be quiet while I'm talking?
No.
I'm trying to talk. We both can't talk, and she's talking.
I hear you.
I'm hearing her. She's talking. The vice president is talking.
Okay, Councilwoman Machette, if you're talking to Tanya Burns, please stop. I'm not talking. Okay, thank you. Proceed, Ms. Burns.
240207.
Madam Chair, that's separated.
240, you said 207? Did you say 227 or 207?
227.
That's also separated.
240224.
224, okay.
Yeah, 240207. That's going to be the sewage bonds. Two 226 budget amendment allocation pension protection grant.
Okay.
I don't want to need that one. 240233, ARPA funding, 3rd Ward account.
They already separated that.
Okay, let me finish, because this is a big agenda, thank you. I don't need that one anymore, because I'm okay with that one. And you did 236, right? 235.
Officers, it's difficult to hear up here because of the commotion in the hallway.
240235.
Is that all?
No, 240235. Did we send that back? Oh, it was voted down. Okay. That'll be it, Madam Chair.
All right, any more? Okay, so seeing none, this is what the consent agenda.
Chair.
Yes.
240235 was voted down, right, in special affairs?
That failed, Madam Chair.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So with that being said, we are going to proceed with passing the consent agenda, which consists of.
Oh, Madam Chair, I do have one more.
What is it, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
240234. Did someone call that one?
Did you get it?
No.
240234.
No. Oh, okay. All right, so seeing that that's it, this is what we have on the consent agenda. We have 240-223, 240-225, 240-228, 240-232, 240-120, hold on, that's special affairs. Yeah, 240-120 is in finance. Okay. All right, and then we are going to 240-168, and that is all. So, roll call to pass the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Request for
Did you-
information.
Please hold. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I was just wondering, you included 168 that was postponed in special affairs. It was amended to a point one and postponed.
You said 168?
Yeah, I only have 4 items on the consent agenda, so I guess I'm confused.
Four, okay, hold on.
The burn.
168 is in legislative.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, here, got that.
Yep. Judy did.
All right, so I'll go ahead and reread that. So we have 240-223, 240-225, 240-228, and 240-232. So those are the 4 things.
Yes.
Yep.
That's the 4 items.
All right. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on the passing of the consent agenda.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So the first resolution up is 240-227, and that is the reallocation of ARPA funds to Faith Foundation Resources. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass Resolution 240227.
All right, any support?
Approve or
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Lott. Ms. Lott, how exactly will the $200,000 be allocated as far as your program, within the HIKE program? Can you explain it to me?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Winfrey. It takes $415,000 a year to run our program, and that $415,000, we service between 60 to 75 kids a year with job training and job placement. If you break that down, it approximately breaks down to like $4,500 per child that we actually train and place on jobs. And if you actually break it down to the types of jobs that we service and place them in, they actually make that $4,000 up in about two months of paychecks. So it's a very good investment of the $4,500 per child versus once they get placed on the job, they make that up in 2 or 3 months of what we actually cost to train them. So that's the overhead of our program that covers their books, we take them to the bank and open savings accounts for them before we place them on the job, and we use the funds from Faith Foundation to open up the children's bank accounts. accounts. We serve as first generational bankers or savers. The parents are super excited because the kids walk out our program with savings accounts, and their parents don't even have savings accounts. So we're super proud of that. It covers overhead for our office, our staffing, the lights, the gas, the telephone, just like you guys budget. When you pass your budget, it covers your overhead to actually run the city. So that's what our $415,000 cover every year.
Okay, so you're asking for the 200,000.
Well, we asked for 400,000 since it was a one-time deal.
I see a resolution for 200,000.
Yeah, I understand.
Right. So, are there any additional sources of funding for your program?
Yes, to actually help make up the 400,000. We're in the cycle to get Ruth Mott actually funds us a portion of our budget every year. CS Mott funds a portion of our budget every year. The Community Foundation fund a portion of our budget every year. The United Way funds a portion of our budget. We have to use different sources to actually help make up that $400,000 a year.
Okay. Now, let me ask a question because I was listening in on last week. I think a question was asked about you working on someone's campaign, and did you say that you worked on my campaign?
Yes, I did. I don't know if you were aware, and I don't realize why those questions come up to this particular thing of who campaigns I worked on, because I think that's irrelevant to what I'm actually here for. But since the statement was made, yes, I did. When you actually was running for office, I walked with your father, C. Winfrey, and helped get signatures to get you on the ballot. And you can verify that with him. You wasn't out there with us at that time.
Okay, I was just wondering. I didn't see it. I didn't know. So.
But I think,
Madam Chair, is that funny? Why is that so funny?
Well, thanks for asking. It's funny because it sounds like we are holding good organizations doing good work politically captive because of what you asked. Proceed, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Here we go. I'm just asking a question. Here we go. I didn't need the laughter from you. Thank you. I'll wait until my next round. Thank you, Ms. Lott.
all right.
Anyone else would like to speak in the first round? All right. Anyone else would like to speak in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. Okay, but thank you for that information, Ms. Lott. I was just trying but that's been so long ago. Back in, 2017?
Yes.
Yeah. I had one more question. So, how many, you mentioned 69?
We service 60 to 75 youth a year. Our program is in 3 different high schools, and we have been asked to scale it up to 3 more high schools. The 3 high schools that our program service in now is Hamady High School, Southwestern High School, and Academy West.
Okay, so I see that the funding is for 150 youth, so you're gonna add more youth to?
Exactly, we've been asked to scale up to 3 more high schools. The program has been very successful.
Okay, so how many people do you have working in your program?
We actually have an executive director, a hype director, and 2 employment engagement officers, and we're looking to hire 3 more people.
Okay. So you guys must have a lot of funding. Now, I used to work with youth.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, that was the, what I did for years. And in fact, I was in the classroom, and then I left the classroom and I worked in after-school programming.
So you understand the challenges then?
Yeah, I understand that we do need more programs for our youth, but what kind of, and you talked about training, you talked about materials, books. What are you teaching?
We teach job readiness.
Okay.
And when we teach job readiness, we do a financial literacy portion. We do a credit portion. I believe that if we catch the kids on this side before they go off, I don't know if you probably know this, when you go off to college that first year, you got all those credit cards, people out there getting you signed up and you don't even have a job. By the time you finish your degree, you are hundreds of $1,000s in debt. Our philosophy is if we catch the kids on this side, it would actually help offset some of those things. So just for our programming and the materials that we use credit counseling, books, we use just different material. We do, and it's late and I had a long day. And we use subscription. When we went through COVID, we were still doing classes, so we didn't have to go to an online version of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lott. Anyone else? You go ahead and continue on my time. You want to proceed?
We use when we were doing COVID, we went to an online version and we kept that subscription and that's a yearly subscription. A lot of the programs now are yearly subscription that you have to subscribe to every year. So that's a cost that we have to pay every year. And we felt that was necessary because the kids would be well-rounded. Whether they had an in-person interview or online interview, we had them prepared.
All right. So thank you so much, Ms. Lott. I know that you came to the committee meeting.
Yes.
And we all, those that were here, we heard you. And you have a great program.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate you because someone have to work with the youth and get them ready for jobs. And you laid it out in your nice brochure.
I wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. I called for the next person to speak, but you can speak after me. And so we saw that you laid it all out in your brochure, succinctly what you did, how you did it, and who your partners were. And you also had a PowerPoint presentation that you didn't get a chance to present. However, you had it available to go into even more detail.
Yes.
So, that's good work. And in addition, didn't you say you were how many high schools you're at?
We're in 3 high schools and we've just been asked to go into 3 more.
Okay, so it would be a total of 6 high schools you'll be taking this job readiness program into, right?
Yes.
Okay,
and I'm so super proud. The high schools are valuing the program. They are starting to offer kids a quarter credit to actually take our program.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I'm excited about that.
Okay. So I don't want to, we've been told, pass the money. And when we went out to our listening sessions, youth job and what was that, employment and readiness, that was paramount to what the residents were saying. They wanted the youth to get a skill, a trade. They want them to get summer jobs in addition to tackling blight. So this would be directly responding to what the residents said that they wanted to see. You're doing it.
And speaking of trades, I'm a union certified electrician by trade. In 2025, we're going to be offering a pre-apprenticeship program for girls for electrical.
Did you say girls for electrical?
Girls for electrical.
Yep. So kudos to you. Thank you on behalf of the parents whose babies that you're training up to go into the workforce. And I will go ahead and just relinquish the rest of my time. And I will go to my colleague in the 9th Ward that wants to speak. But just know that the chair speaks last. So go ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Lott.
Hi, how are you this evening?
As was stated last week, why do I only have 3 minutes? I thought we got 5. No, I wanted to speak in the first round.
Yeah, you missed it. Yeah, we're in the second round.
So, as was stated last week, we're familiar with the program. I actually work alongside you with your program in my day job as a Community Reinvestment Act officer with the state bank. So we know the program. We're in this role as Councilman 9th Ward, in my fiduciary responsibility to the residents of the city of Flint and expending these dollars to ensure that the residents of the city of Flint are recipients there too. Where I have a concern is not about the quality of the program, but where the program is located and how the fact that of the 3 schools, only one of them is in city of Flint proper. So that's the concern that I have as it relates to expending or granting.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
I can't hear you from the noise in the
So
back.
that's the problem I have from granting the full amount, is the fact that only one of the 3 schools is in the city of Flint.
And
So
let me address that.
Go ahead.
May I? Only one of the 3 schools are in the city of Flint, but you have Flint residents that go to all 3 of the schools. From my funding requirements, my deliverables is that they have to live in area code. I told you I can't hear. One from the noise in the
please
background.
pause their time. And we're going to give her back 10 seconds. We need order in the chamber so the speaker can address the council. Thank you. Proceed, Ms. Lott.
Thank you. As I stated, one of my funders is Ruth Mott, and on my deliverables, they service the north. My grant has to service the north side of Flint. So the children have to come from the area codes 4850234 and I think 5. So one of my deliverables is that they have to be from the north side of Flint. So 98% of the students that I service come from the north end of Flint. And I hope that should satisfy your concerns that all the students that I serve are from Flint community.
And I understand that. I understand to hear what you're saying, but the fact also could be that to have a 48504 zip code does not mean it's city of Flint.
As I stated, 95 to 98% of my students have to come from the north end of Flint.
All right. So we are going to go ahead and call for the vote. And this is the vote to pass resolution 240227. And this is for the allocation of ARPA funding for Faith Foundation, I want to say it wrong, for Faith Foundation resources. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'm going to abstain because I think that all of the ARPA funding should be for 100% Flint residents. I didn't like what I just heard about that.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, and that resolution failed.
We're sorry.
All right. And so we heard clapping in the back. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next resolution. We're going to move on to the next resolution, which is 240144. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 240144.
All right, a motion to approve Resolution 240144. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
We've talked about this on a couple of occasions, and I just want to say, and I want to put it on the record, that I will not be voting for this ACO. There's still a lot that we need to discuss as far as this administrative consent order, and I just will not be voting on this. I'm not going to put my name on any of this because I don't have any trust of the administration, and for me to sign my name on this administrative consent order and the work not get done, that would be that would be detrimental, and I'm just not going to support this. Thank you.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
Through you two, I believe Mr. Moore and Mr. Edwards. It might not even be Mr. Moore. I don't know at this point. Mr. Edwards, I just have a quick question. Not you, Mr. Moore. I see the other person I need. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to be clear, this is the consent order that whether council signs it or not, Eagle's gonna move forward with it, correct? Nothing we can change, amend, add, take away, do anything to. Whatever's in this consent order is what's gonna be held to, whether council votes yes or no. Eagle is going to go ahead with this consent order, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. I yield the floor.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
I want to tell you thank you for attending the water board meeting. That was important to get the input because a lot of these projects were talked about at that meeting. And my biggest concern, thank you for the spreadsheet also so that we could be informed on what's going on. We are at a very difficult, I'm not even say decision because it doesn't matter if we approve this or not. It's going to be what it is. And so the penalties, and we look at the findings. So I believe it got down to, because I read mine and went over with people who were had experience in the field for decades, and so. My biggest concern was funding, and I know we need to look for funding. The funding, which I believe we have 17 projects that we have to figure out how to fund, and we really don't know how much those projects are going to cost. One, I think, through you, Mr. I'm gonna ask Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, are we looking for a dedicated grant writer? It was disappointing to listen to Amanda say we left money on the table because she didn't have the capacity or a person who could put in for that money with the state. I mean, what are you doing about that? Because this right here, this administrative consent order is the same thing. If we don't have people to make sure we're doing what the state is saying we have got to do, and Are you hiring? Are you looking? What are you doing to recruit someone?
Through the chair to Councilwoman Burns. Councilwoman Burns, the recruitment process has always been ongoing. We've never stopped recruiting throughout the city, not just in the water department.
What's the title of the position? Because maybe somebody listening may want to apply.
We'd have to go to the website. I mean, I couldn't
It's
tell
on
you
there?
that off the top of my head, but yeah, we'd have to go to the website to be able to
Can you
get the
do me a
exact name.
favor and send me that so that I can share it on my platform? Because this affects everybody in this city. You know, you live in this city, work in this city. I mean, this is our water. This is our infrastructure. If you could please just, I don't know what, if I don't see Mr. Smith here, if we could see, I would like to share that, to get it around and move it around, because this is that important. Because when we're looking at the compliance program, and I've went over this with you, Mr. Miller, and some of, I think 17 projects which we have not been started at 0% start. We have another 5 that are between 20% and 90% at the stage of being completed. There is some projects that those are the ones that are in transition that are funded, but it's completion. And as you and I have, over the weeks, gone over some of these things, and this is not something that I just want it fixed. It ain't no banner. What can I do to help? You know, I listened to Congressman Kildee when he took over the service line replacements, or not he did, when he made comments about him sending money. I want us to be able to handle our own projects. And if that means getting the capacity, the funds, we got to get someone. We should never say we left money on the table because we didn't have anybody to figure out or to apply to get the money. That's hurtful. We should never leave money with the state because we still can't drink water from the tap without a filter. I was glad to see Jeanette Best stating the parallel lines, which was the sewage, that getting the $46 million bond. Technically, I'm at the point where the state and the federal government, anything Flint needs, it should be a la carte, fix it free because you messed us up. It should not be, we shouldn't have to scramble. So I don't know what kind of connection or, it needs to be dealt with to where we get in the funds. This is real. The Dort Reservoir. We have the Cedar Street Reservoir. We have got Torrey Road Booster Pump Station, the distribution valves. They cited us on, I think it was like up to 20 pages that they cited us on. And it's very real, some of the issues. And my time is up, unfortunately.
May I share some encouraging news?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Would anybody else like the floor?
Madam Chair.
In the first round?
Go ahead.
Councilwoman.
Thank you very much. So these large dollar items, I need to update all on these items. While it does say 0% completion, when the spreadsheet was put together, that's a true statement. It's not complete, but we do have the funding, and we are about to start. We actually having a pre-construction meeting tomorrow for Cedar Street. The cross connection program that is in play. A contractor just has to be chosen and onboarded. The Dort Reservoir, you already know that's complete. The Cedar Street Reservoir and the Cedar Street Pump Station is the same project. Torrey Road, that we had a pre-construction meeting for that, for the condition assessment of that. So a team should be starting that project within the next week or so. And the distribution service valves, that'll be an internal process. So what the council could help me on is in the future when I have to make some adjustments to my budget, if I could get cooperation from the council on that. And many of these other items are internal processes that we have to either shift staff around or get an opportunity to amend the budget in order to onboard some staff. That would help tremendously. Also, in addition to that, the last 5 or 6 items on this list are just researching our SOPs and presenting that to Eagle. So while we don't want to be under the order, we have some encouraging movement forward to satisfy Eagle's consent order. I also want to share with the council that I just learned today that there are 18 other communities in the state of Michigan that are under consent order in the state of Michigan, which means that it is a process that is not uncommon. We don't want to be under the consent order, of course, but it is not uncommon for Eagle to do a sanitary survey and put you under a consent order to clean up some deficiencies.
Ms. Priestley, did you have anything else?
Sorry, that was my time, wasn't it? This is my time.
This is your time, yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
On talking about the capacity, I just wanted to add to that piece that the city of Flint used to have as many as 2,000 people employed to work in this city and help this city, and we have about 500. The jobs and the services that are being provided had not really changed. We still try to provide that same level of service. But there are situations that just in Eagle that have changed over the last 2 years. We are working on now trying to develop what we call the MS4 unit. That is having to do with our stormwater. That was something that never was a particular focus of Eagle. So now we have to build a team that handles that aspect. So to Councilwoman Burns' point, we're stretching our people thin. That's what's happening now. And we're stretching our people thin, constantly trying to meet new requirements, new obligations that are put in front of us. I've had several meetings myself just to deal with Eagle and some of the requirements and conditions that they have placed on the city. And they're beyond just the water situation. Many are coming from the sewer side situation.
Thank you. I yield my time.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
So I agree with you that it is stretching it, and along with we had a population loss, Mr. Edwards. But when I know 2019, 2020, we came into with having a $24 million fund balance. What do we have for infrastructure improvements set aside now? Do we have anything? I mean, because if I believe we were supposed to do, was it $6 million worth of improvements before per year? You know, what do we have set aside?
There's money in capital improvement, but yeah, that's all part of, that's having the personnel to be able to pursue that. I mean, that's what we're constantly looking at, is that right now it's about doing these projects, it's about maintaining a certain level of personnel to run everyday, day-to-day programs. The cross-connection program is one. We lost the cross-connection person that we had that was providing that service, and it's a unique kind of service.
Right.
We've got it posted, no takers.
No takers.
I mean, we've had it posted, no takers.
So in the penalty section, section 9.1 of the administrative consent order, it states, for each failure to comply with a provision contained in section 3 of this consent order, the city shall pay stipulated penalty of $5,000. If after 30 days from the original deadline, the city has not fully corrected the violation, the city shall pay penalties of $200 per violation per day for 1 to 7 days. Of violations, $300 per violation per day for days 8 to 14. And $500 per violation per day for each violation thereafter. Are we going to have to pay these violations?
What you have is what has been placed in that administrative, but Eagle has been working with us. That is policy or the particular regulatory standard that they have concerning those items. But they have been working closely with, they know all the conditions. Everything I've explained in here to you as a council, they understand those conditions. They are very much aware of the capacity issues,
Right.
the recruitment issues, the retention issues. They're very much aware of all of these issues. We disclose those issues to them on a regular basis because we have a monthly meeting with them.
So with this thing, them knowing it doesn't mean, because it says in 9.2, failure to comply, doesn't mean that they won't enforce it. And we don't have the money. I mean, are they just giving us, that's my time.
Anyone else in the first round? Hearing none, anyone else in the second round? Oh, okay, well, very well. So now we want to call for the vote. The vote to approve Resolution 240144. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
I abstain because this is not enough time to go over the seriousness of the consent order and the TMF report.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. El-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention, and that resolution fails. So now we're moving on to Resolution 240169. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 240169.
There's a motion on the floor to approve 240169. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Mr. Moore, how are you this evening? So this is through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, so this is we're going to, tonight is the vote to take $2 million this is a resolution to take $2 million in ARPA funds to balance the solid waste fund for the next 2 years.
That's correct.
And then after those next 2 years, we have to figure, actually next year, because we don't do a 1-year budget at a time. So we got to figure out next year how to pay for 2026 and 7.
That's correct.
So this is a Band-Aid. It's an expensive $2 million Band-Aid to balance the waste collection, and then we have to figure out solid waste, how to pay it, because as that cost will be increased. My residents have been very clear that they love the idea of the trash carts. I say trash cans, but fancy people say carts. But having it, I've always stated, married with a no-bid contract with priority waste, I was against that. I did not feel we needed to do a no-bid contract because in our charter, it states that we have a responsibility to put out, when we know we can't afford it, to put it out to bid. Priority was given a no-bid contract, which was difficult for me because I knew we could not. Page 76 states Section D, the city shall by ordinance establish procedures to protect the interests of the city to assure fairness in procuring property and services. The ordinance shall require competitive bidding. This was not done with competitive bidding. It was a no-bid contract. At this point, and I understand it's the $2 million ARPA, or they get tax assessment, how much is the special assessment going to be?
We estimate that we'll have to raise the rates to about $56 a year per household.
So for each parcel or household residents, we'll have a $56 increase because we have a no bid contract. So, you know, that's why when it looks at, when it says shall require competitive bidding for purchases and contracts, which is in our charter. We knew back then, I mean, I'm not ever excited about some shiny new trash cans because people can take $56, go to Home Depot or Big Lots or Amazon and get their own. We gave a no bid contract. And then we found out why Priorities, what they said, they give us premium services. We are currently getting premium service from Priority. And I think any trash company, they're gonna miss some, you know, some streets, miss some pickup, but recycle, I had a guy in my ward told me on Court Street, 6 straight weeks his trash has not been picked up. And it keeps happening. And so a premium company, it should be very, you don't make the mistake 6 weeks. And he keeps calling and it keeps happening. And I just don't believe in no bid contracts, especially when we're taking $2 million from ARPA that we could have probably used on something else. You know, I don't like this. And we've been working on it for a year before you. I think Jane was here before and going over it. Then it was the person before you who said, you know what, I'm not going to work for the city of Flint, and he never showed up. And then there was you, Mr. Moore. I'm not a no bid contract. I don't know. That's this I don't believe in. Our charter is specific, Section D, page 76. Competitive bidding, it's the reason why we do it. It's protecting the interests of our community. And we did not send this out to bid, which I personally feel it should have been sent out for bid. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Mashat?
Thank you. I do want us to be clear that what is at stake here is that residents will have a higher assessment on their taxes if we do not move forward with this. So we're, in essence, raising taxes if we don't take care of this now. There is no solution that we are currently being offered that would help us avoid such a thing. And so I want us to understand what is at stake as we make this decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I did.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
You know, I don't want to increase rates. I don't want to take ARPA funds to pay for this. Before we approved the extension of the contract, and I voted for that, I did a lot of research. I contacted a lot of municipalities around the area. And our biggest thing is that when the contract was originally approved, we knew the last year was going to be high. That was it was all over the news. We know what the mess, the whole fiasco was with the bid process on the garbage. And Priority came in with a huge number at the end. And instead of taking that into effect for last year, for the current fiscal year, and for our property taxes at the last one, we kept the rates at the same because we only raise rates every 2 years. Okay, we had an opportunity to raise the rates last week. I said as an accountant, it was the best thing for us to do, and the will isn't here, and that's what I said. So we have one of two ways we have to pay for it. It doesn't matter if you voted for it or not. The fact of the matter is that we have to cover the cost of the garbage contract. How are we going to do that? That's the question. And this is money that the city would be taking for its own, that we can take right now, get a resolution, write it up, and say, okay, we're gonna put this amount of money that is revenue replacement and put it in our general fund. And then we would get a resolution saying, we're gonna transfer this money from the general fund to the garbage fund. That's what we're basically doing. We're just transferring it to the general fund. But that's what's going to end up happening regardless. Or we're going to have to go and add additional dollars to next year's tax bills to cover the shortfall. That's our options. Which one are you going to choose? Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jarrett?
through you to Mr. Moore. So, Mr. Moore, has there been any just, hey, only thing that beats a question is a no? Has there been any conversation or outreach to the company to see if we can somehow reopen negotiations?
I'm not aware of any. Under our contract, I'm not sure that that's an option. I'd have to talk to.
Again, to just even, hey, if you shoot me down, okay, at least I asked a question.
Councilmember, I believe I may be able to answer.
Okay.
My understanding is when the contract was, that's essentially what happened. And that's why they offered to freeze the rate at the fifth-year rate for an additional 3 years if the city would agree to extend their contract through 2028. That's why the rate for the amended rate for the priority waste contract is flat for the remainder of the current contract, because that was the result of the negotiations that you're talking about.
So I have some strong feelings about how it seemingly was handled. I'm not going to necessarily voice them because they're not going to add value here now. What I am bothered by, which I believe I heard my colleague in the 4th Ward sort of reference as well, is we find ourselves in a no-win situation. Problem is, when we could have created or at least entertained options, it seems as if we didn't. So if I'm understanding correctly, by us applying $2 million today, the 50-some odd dollar increase gets deferred until when?
It's deferred 1 year.
So next year, this time.
That's the question we're going to have to face again.
Okay. And if we don't do it, when does the increase hit?
Well, next year when we review the budget, we'll have a choice again. Do we either increase rates or do we transfer some funds into the trash fund?
How much, because this is saying, obligated, all of the opera funds received with approximately $40 million was obligated as revenue replacement. How much is in revenue replacement from these ARPA funds now? How much is left?
That's what I'm thinking. Yep. I think Councilmember Priestley's right, around approximately 30 million, I believe.
Thank you.
Please pause this time.
And these 28 million are what's left of the 40 plus that was transferred a couple of months ago. Is that what I'm to understand? And are these funds?
It's actually of everything.
Okay, and how many are these funds, Mr. Moore, to your knowledge, otherwise obligated?
The
28 that she's referencing.
I don't believe there's anything that's been obligated at this point.
Nothing has been obligated, to your knowledge?
That's correct.
Okay, so.
Other than just for revenue replacement. The council hasn't taken any action to actually designate it.
Is all of this not revenue replacement?
We have been allocating, some of the 40 million we have been expending as time has gone on.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Elmer.
Mr. Moore, if this resolution doesn't get passed, how would it affect essential service, like the trash services? No.
At the end of this fiscal year, we'll have a deficit in the trash fund. At the end of next fiscal year, we'll have an even bigger deficit, approximately $2 million, because at this point, there's virtually nothing we can do to resolve the problem for the current fiscal year, and our opportunity to make a change for next fiscal year was really at the last council meeting. So it's our options are narrowing very quickly.
So we basically be going more and more in the red. We'll be going more and more like in the red.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. Thank you. I yield.
Anyone else in the first round? Go. You did. All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right. The second round. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes. I want to, in regards to the revenue replacement, the city is going to take around 19 million, I think, for itself for revenue replacement. What we did back in December was in order to collect more money from the state revenue sharing, we obligated everything for the state purposes, but not for federal purposes, to revenue replacement. And even though the resolutions say like we transferred over however much money in revenue replacement, we're still calculating from the whole total of 94.7. And we've got 65,000,007, whatever else we've done today. So that there is some money that we must allocate. We have community grants that we have to approve, but that 19 million is for city services of money that the city lost revenue for during COVID. And that was a calculated number and has been announced for years. That was one of the first things we learned when we got onto council, was it around $19 million that the city could take for itself. So that $2 million is actually going to be used from the 19 million. So the 2 million, so we're actually only going to be able to keep 17 million rather than the 19. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I hope that clarified that your point of information.
Point of information.
Through the chair.
So what is your point?
Through you to Councilwoman Priestley, is that then, is my understanding correct, of the 28 million that you just spoke to as a balance, we really only have 9 million that at some point between now and the end of the year will come through us for approval?
No, even the transfer to
Well, not
revenue.
9 million outside of this 19.
Yep. That's about it. But we've only got 6 months left to, and we need to allocate that prior to December because they have to be under contract. And any contract has to be executed. Thank you, that's my time.
All right, thank you. So no one else in the first round?
We're in the second round.
We are, oh, excuse me, we are in the second round. Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
So, I've said this and said it before and over and over. I didn't agree with that whole garbage collection deal with priority before when they first got the contract. I never agreed with it. I never agreed with the with priorities, getting their contract extended. I didn't agree with all that because we should have bidded this out. We should never circumvent our bidding process. So now we're in this situation. And I'm not gonna approve this resolution. I'm totally against it. I'm totally against it because we jumped the gun as far as I'm concerned. Priority came with this shady shady deal of these trash bins and recycling bins, and said that if you guys don't extend our contract, you can't have these nice recycling bins and all that. Just the whole process, the whole deal, shady. It was a shady way for them to get an extension. And not to mention, they were not the lowest bid in the first place. They were not. So I'm not voting for this. I'm not voting for this. Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. And I appreciate my colleagues asking the questions in the 9th Ward and in the 5th Ward, and I echo their sentiments. This was not the lowest bid, and circumventing our bidding process is asking us to clean up what we didn't mess up. I didn't support this. You can't dazzle me with some nice new trash cans, not at all, and that's what happened. Residents were dazzled and believed that these were going to be great and don't worry about it. But now we have to worry about it part, and where we have to also fix it. Either we take $2 million from ARPA, or we'll have $56 per year per parcel for 5 years. And so that's going to be about, what, $275, I don't have a calculator, for these trash cans. Now, my issue, and I stated it back then, and I'm not changing it. We didn't take the lowest bidder. There was a trash debacle because I was there when they had the trash, when they opened it up, the bidding. Then we had trash hearings, and then we ended up with a no bid contract. This is crazy to me. I'm not, we were 9 million, it was 9 million higher than the lowest bidder. We paying 2 million from ARPA. We got to figure out how to pay another 5 million. That's 16 million. I mean, it's not my responsibility to clean up what someone else messed up. I'm not going to do it. I was very clear about how I felt. Trash recycling bins are nice, but that company said here and stated they didn't have to work with priority. They told a whole different story. They said they don't, it's not, they debunked what we were told, and people felt like they were forced to vote for those, that no bid, the trash cans. They completely debunked it and said they don't have to work with priority. They were two very nice gentlemen who stated that with the car company. And we got a letter from some other company who was protesting that cart program, who's saying that they protested the bid part. That's all as shady as, I'm not doing it. Because, and I'm thinking, and I'm quite sure my colleagues got that too, the letter that's stating that process that they felt was not legitimate. And so.
Request for information. So did you also receive the email saying disregard that letter?
And so, I'm not disregarding nothing, okay? I'm not disregarding nothing. They sent it. I'm not disregarding it. That's my business. Don't make no point on that. We have to clean up this mess, and how do we clean it up? I didn't make it. Y'all better get y'all 5 votes here to fix it. I'm not supporting this.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
I too was bothered. Where I am now, though, especially after coming to understand 28 million is the balance. 19 of that has, these are my words, have been obligated for revenue loss. So that only leaves $9 million for us to be able to utilize for direct benefit to the residents. That said, I was having a problem with this 2 million, but I would, at this point now, I'd almost rather make sure that 2 million at least defer having to raise the cost for the residents, because if we don't do this 2 million, we're not guaranteed that we're gonna be able to make sure that they get it. I mean, 9 million left. If we don't allocate this 2 million here to at least defer an increase to the residents, where is this 2 million gonna automatically wind up going? Where the residents aren't getting it, but we're giving it in another grant. I'd almost rather make sure the residents receive a benefit for $2 million than to grant another organization $2 million for them to provide a service that won't necessarily hit the pocketbooks or might not necessarily increase the living condition for a resident. For me right now, this makes a difference. Understanding we only have $9 million. We only have $9 million to make change. And if we don't go ahead and allocate this, where is this going to end up? But where is it going to end up? We don't know. So if I haven't explained my vote well enough for some, they can call me and I'll help them. I'll try to explain it better. But I'm going to vote to approve this because I want to make sure the residents at least not going to be hitting their pocket.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I would like to thank my colleague in the Ninth Ward for understanding that if this doesn't get done, this is an immediate tax raise on residents. Like an immediate. And so this has to pass tonight. Like this 2 million, we have to fix this problem. What happens now is that the administration needs to be resourceful. We need to be resourceful in figuring out how, when this comes back up, we once again avoid raising the property taxes for residents. Because we've already run into time and time again where residents can barely afford to pay their property taxes now. So what you don't do is add another expense when you can avoid adding that expense. So again, the resourcefulness has to happen in figuring out how these bills get paid. It has to happen. But what does not have to happen tonight is that residents do not have to go to sleep knowing they're about to get assessed a higher bill. We can take care of this, and we can protect the residents and not raise taxes on the residents by voting for this 2 million tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and call for the vote. And this vote is to approve resolution. One second. All right, so it's to approve resolution 240169. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. That resolution passes. So we're moving on to resolution 240189. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 240189.
All right, motion on the floor to approve 240189. Any support?
Madam Chair,
Any support?
it was supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Got it. Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I do see Emily is making her way here. Thanks for hanging around.
Hey, good evening,
Welcome
council.
to 11:30 p.m. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. I know we've talked about this before, and the last discussion was that there might be
We start the time.
so grants. This is a ARPA small business grants. It was in the budget that was approved by this body in October of '22. $500,000. It would be for businesses that were in operation prior to COVID and that COVID did have impact on them. Brick and mortar in Flint. And I know that there was kept in finance to perhaps have some additional conversation about other things that this body would like to see requirements. So I can answer other questions, but appreciate the time.
I am going to yield my time and wait till the second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So this grant was actually in the initial, I want to let colleagues remind them, I guess, that this specific grant was in the original mayor's plan. And that Dr. Lewis and I, when we were working on creating the plan that was approved by this body, we left it in after discussion with Ms. Wilcox. And it was, the business grants was something that is very near and dear to Quincy's heart. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote for this to help struggling businesses. This was what this grant was designed for. It's always been planned to be spent here. The mayor and the council agreed on that. Now, this body has to vote on it to approve it, but I'm going to urge that they do that in order to assist the struggling businesses. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
I don't need urging because I absolutely support this. And I understand what these businesses go through. I don't care if it's the mayor's program, it's a good program. And I support that on that merit itself. How many business, was it 40 or 50, Emma?
Yeah, so we said, we put in the staff review 4250. The average grant is going to be around 10,000, but there might be some that are a little less, and so then others could have a little more. The administration of it, we also will be subcontracting with to LISC, local CDFI. The reason we want to do that is because we want them to conduct all the underwriting. So they would be accepting the applications. They would be actually looking at the financials to see that there was a hardship. So we want to make sure that the 40 to 50 businesses who are receiving the grants are I won't say deserving, because that sounds, but like that it makes sense that they did have a hardship during the quarantine, and then, but it's not going to be just a flat 10%. It's going to be we want them to track their hours, and their admin would be no more than 10%, but hour by hour. So I'm hopeful that perhaps it's going to be less than 10% for paying them.
So when are we looking like? When will this become available? Do you have like an estimated time where people can say, hey, where can I apply?
So it'll be, if this body approves, I think we can have the application out in a matter of like 2 to 3 weeks. We've actually already been doing kind of prepping that, but didn't put it out because obviously this needs to still be approved.
One of my biggest concerns, which is why I wanted to speak with the DDA, I wanted to hear what challenges they were facing, because during COVID, they faced a lot of challenges, and people had to figure out the bars and the clubs and the restaurants, how to deliver, how to get food, Uber Eats, and it changed our entire way of life. And I think about the, what's his name, Rodney, downtown, who owns the loft, and how do you, his business is because, you come there to party and have a cocktail, and during COVID, you couldn't go and party and have a cocktail. You could not. So those type of businesses, and then we get the bricks, and the bricks, put the bricks down, take the bricks up, and, I really wanted to hear what were some of their challenges, because every year budget time comes. And how can we share in that experience? How can everybody share in the experience of downtown? They were really hit hard. They were hit hard. COVID, I don't ever want to see a global pandemic again, because it scared people. People died, people who had compromised immune systems. And that's why I'm very cautious with how I use my vote for anything that is ARPA dollars, because I know that these dollars came with something that was taken away from some people that was so precious, which was life. And so I support this, and as I'm out talking to business owners, and I do consulting for them, I support this, and I wish we probably could have gotten, I know there are other grants along the way, but this is a good way and a good partnership to say that the city is actually partnering with and helping and assisting the growth of our businesses who struggled during this pandemic, that we did not forget them, and that economic development is very real. You don't have to just be downtown. It is for other businesses and other, if you're in the city of Flint, brick and mortar. So I support this wholeheartedly, for the 40 to 50 or whomever, whatever that number looks like, that they get the help that they need, because starting a business in Flint should be a great experience. It should be a great experience, and I want to encourage that and encourage people to come to Flint, start your business. We may have foolishness up here, but when it comes to, and we got a lot of it, there's some great things, and those businesses that stood around, they faced some challenges. I remember looking at some of the posts, and they did not know how they were going to survive. and having to rework everything. That was stuff, people mortgaged stuff that they didn't even, they went through a lot. So this is a great way to help our businesses that are still here and stayed with us during this pandemic. I support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jarrett?
through you to Ms. Emily. What are, I know you said brick and mortar. What are some of the other parameters, requirements for the participants?
So you needed to be in operation prior to the pandemic, so then that way you can show how the pandemic affected you adversely. Have a brick and mortar, so have a physical space. We encourage lots of different types of businesses in Flint, but the ones that really most struggled because of the COVID-19 quarantine and crisis were the ones who had physical brick and mortar space because they had to keep paying rent.
Right. So any requirement as far as sales cannot have exceeded X?
That is not currently there, but I'm listening if that's what you want.
Are we giving consideration to try to cover multiple types of businesses? What are we? I mean, would we say if the first 45 that somehow reached out to us were all, donut shops? Are we gonna say, well, we met our quota on donut shops. We really need to. Is there how is that looked at?
So what we had talked about was not having kind of informal quotas by type, but rather by location. That was that we have talked about that to say we do want to make sure that the first 45 are not all downtown. That quite the opposite. We want to make sure that we are getting ones from all over the city, and that was going to be outreach that me and my staff actually does to make sure that that we have touched and reached out to business owners all over. So that had been discussed more than the business type. But if that is something that this body wants to discuss, I'm here. So.
Is there a profile that you had in mind when you were envisioning this program?
I mean,
without calling a business name, but what did it look like to you?
So micro businesses or small businesses have different definitions based on the number of employees, and so that is another way of differentiating. You can have a business that is have a certain cap, and that would be indicative of a certain size. Now, I don't know if that's desired, but that's another way of differentiating, and we've talked about that. That should it be businesses that are, under 20 employees, or let's just say, or something like that, because more often than not, the smaller ones also were the ones who didn't necessarily have professional accountants that were filling out their PPP applications, and so more often than not, those smaller ones are the ones who actually did not get the PPP loans. It's the bigger companies that received the PPP loans, and then more often than not had those forgiven. But those were able to be used for continuing payroll or even paying rent during the duration of the quarantine. So there is that thought around focus on smaller ones. We've even talked about having a priority of if you have documentation showing that you were denied a PPP loan, like that's going to be we're going to move you to the top just because, again, then you tried and were denied that for whatever reason. Obviously, we have to still look at their documentation. But so we've talked about that as well. We have not set that in place from a standpoint of wanting to make sure that we are being flexible when we came to this body around what you wanted to see. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your time? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. And this is to pass Resolution 240189. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Now we got Resolution 240207. What's the pleasure of the body? Okay, who separated it?
That was.
Okay, Ms. Burns, what's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 240207.
There's a motion to approve 240207. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward.
Mr. Who?
So we're going
You,
to,
Madam Chair.
anyone,
To,
Ms. Burns,
yes.
you have the floor.
Through you, Madam Chair, as I was saying to, I don't know, Mr. Miller, would that be you and Mr. or Clyde, or who can explain this to just give a summary again? Is this Jeanette Best? Is this with the water, this is with the water suit? Is this with this is the 46 million? And what is the scope of the project with that one? I know it's those two parallel. What's the scope of the project, Mr. Miller?
So you are absolutely correct, Councilwoman. 3 miles of steel pipe that was installed in the first one, the 50-inch, 1924, so it's 100 years old. The second one is the 72-inch that was installed in 1976. So that one is almost 50 years old. And the need is to do a condition assessment of these two pipes to make sure that they don't fail. The consequence of failure would be catastrophic.
Right.
Environmental consequences, which would create financial consequences for the city. The pipes run along the Flint River and under I-75. So
They run through my ward.
They're in your ward?
They're in my ward. I have to give you a tour in your truck with your gas.
Yeah. Sounds good.
to show you, because my residents were very concerned, and they were concerned where they run. And when we look at, I'm sorry, finish the scope of the project. I apologize.
Oh, no, well, in order to do the condition assessment, these two pipes would have to be put out of service one at a time. And the expense of it, 3 miles long, think about it, a 50-inch pipe, which let's talk about the small one. You have to dewater it or desludge it, have the sludge trucked off, and then have the 3 miles of the pipe condition assessed. So put someone or a robot or something inside the pipe, take a visual inspection to see if it's structurally sound before the rehabilitation treatment is designed.
And so the condition assessment, which was one of the biggest concerns, because when it first came, this was before you, and people were concerned about the condition of them. There was no condition, we did not know the condition of them to say that there may be an issue.
Yes.
And it was likely that there are, it's 100 years old.
100 years
so there's
old.
going to be some issues.
Yes,
That's
it's steel, and it conveys sewerage, which is very corrosive to metal pipe.
Okay.
And it's under pressure. This is not a sewer pipe, a common sewer pipe that works on gravity flow. Because it is under pressure, my assumption is that the discharge point is a little higher in elevation than the original pumping station, and so it has to stay under pressure in order to convey to where it needs to discharge, which means if there is a failure, you will have continuous seepage into the streets and into the river.
And into my neighborhood, my ward.
Into your ward, yes, ma'am.
So the condition of it, so you're gonna take one, because I was told you take one out at a time to survey the condition of it. And then how long was it gonna take to do this project? Estimated.
I would say more than a year.
Okay, so at the worst, so if we had to say, I mean, we're looking at a 100-year-old pipe, and I think, what is the longevity of it is what, 50 years?
The average metal pipe has a shelf life of 50 years.
Is that with or without having sewage?
That's a great point, Councilwoman. Water pipes have a longevity of 50 years. So with the corrosive sewerage running through these pipes, it could be even less.
And I appreciate how you are explaining this. It creates transparency. Residents can handle the transparency. You know, the pipe, they just want to know what's going on. And they will work with us when we're, you know, they will work with us, because this was a big concern. So the scope of the project you've described, we in $46 million in bonds and another $20 million in a grant.
That is correct. So our obligation would be, yes, our obligation would only be the 40 because the total is 67.
6 million. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Anyone in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to the speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Miller.
Yes, sir.
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
Is there any concern for, I don't know exactly how to phrase this, creating damage that, or agitating it such that now we've disrupted the peace of the pipe?
Well,
you follow what I'm saying?
I follow what you're saying. I've very rarely, if ever, have seen that.
Good.
These engineering firms and these construction firms that would be chosen to do the work are very skilled at what they do. So I do not see anything like that happening.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question. You know, if it's been sitting good, so to speak, for 100 years, and life expectancy might not have been more than 50, but then we go poking and prodding around, now we create, I just wanted to make sure that was not as likely to happen.
I totally understand the question.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. That's all I have. I cede my time.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair, I hope you're gonna hang around and maybe just one question, and then after that one, I'm probably gonna be done. I know this is the chemical feed.
Yes.
Hang around for that.
I will be around for that. I can explain that as well.
I am supporting this project. I think as and this was a part of our ACO?
This was not part of the ACO, but it is just as important.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamina's not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
And the vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
make a motion to approve 240226.
Resolution to approve 240226. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, Mr. Moore, through you to Mr. Moore.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Mr. Moore, you were kind of gliding out of here.
Past my bedtime.
Listen, I know. Real quick, is this the payment that came from, can you tell us what this is for, please?
Well, are you on?
The budget amendment allocation, State of Michigan pension protection grant.
The state of Michigan came out with guidance as to how we're supposed to budget and report the pension grants that we received. That came in at the very end of, they issued it at the end of April. We received it probably the first or second week of May. That we have to account for the way they say that it has to be accounted for. The question is, we're also supposed to budget for it based on what the guidance that they provided. So that my recommendation is that we budget for it the way that the state of Michigan is recommending that we budget for it. We've received the grant, the money's already at MERS. It's just that and we will be accounting for it the way that the state has suggested. We just want to make sure that it's budgeted properly.
Okay, that answers my question. I appreciate. Well,
Okay, is there any other discussion in the first round?
hold on. We don't have a quorum.
She's in the chamber, she's just in the restroom. As long as she's in the chambers, that's fine.
Yeah.
That is wrong. No, the quorum is broken.
Okay, quorum is broken at 11:54.
They got what they want. They got exactly what they want. You know what? They'll train y'all, and y'all phony rules. I suggest you go read. I suggest you read Robert Rules of Order.
Yeah, read Robert Rules. Read, I got the book.
I've got it right here.
Well, we got close.
So we're leaving?
Is that chemical fee?
All right,
Is that
so this
the vent?
meeting is adjourned for.
Is that the vent that's put on backwards?
Oh, you already did?
I know you need the chemicals.